registration under GST. Okay. Can we start? Can we start with the registration chapter? Right? Registration under GST. For that matter, registration is required at any place. See, we are telling that we have to pay GST, pay tax, file returns, okay, or we are telling that respond to notice, okay, GST, IGST, CGST. Likewise, we are whatever we are talking about, all this will be happened only after registration. You may tell that you can deposit cash, or we can withdraw cash, or you can transfer cash only after having account in the bank. Likewise, you can do anything of this, but firstly you should be registered with the GST. Okay, whether it is mandatory registration, whether it is voluntary registration, we have to check, but registration is mandatory, okay, provided certain conditions are satisfied, right? So likewise in GST law, likewise for any law GST registration is required. Same is the case with GST also, but unlike other laws, a single registration is not enough in GST, since it is a PAN based registration. PAN based registration means for an entity, one PAN is enough all over India, across India, wherever you are going and doing business, one PAN is enough. But GST means you must be having multiple registrations if you are operating in multiple states. So that means GST is a state-wise registration, PAN-based registration, state-wise registration. If you are operating in multiple states, multiple registrations is necessary. Okay, there is a concept of distinct person given under section 25. Okay, see here, section up to section 18 only we have discussed in the last chapter, ITC. 19, 20, 21 are there, no? 19, 20, 21 are there, no? So these are also ITC sections only, input tax credit sections only. So in order to not to miss the order, that's why I'm telling you 19, 20, 21 are irrelevant. Actually for our syllabus it is irrelevant, but still I'm telling you because from 7 onwards, section 7 onwards, you know the order. 7 supply, 8 composite supply, mixed supply, 9 charge of GST, 10 composition levy, 11 exemptions, 12 time of supply, 13 also time of supply of services, 14 also time of supply only in change in the effective rate of tax. When there is a rate of tax, change in the rate of tax, then time of supply, section 14. 15 value of supply, 16 conditions and eligibility for ITC, 17 also we have blocked credits and exempt supply, or see apportionment of credit, 17. 18 special cases or special circumstances under which ITC may be availed, ITC shall be reversed, that is 18. So now 19, 20, 21 are also ITC sections only, where in 19 we will talk about ITC in case of goods means it may be inputs or capital goods sent to job work, see, that means we purchased the goods, but goods not received by us, it has been sent to job work. Let's say auto has been purchased, okay, or a lorry purchased, truck purchased. Generally we will be getting the chassis, okay, there will not be any top over it, there will not be any body building. So for body building we will send it to some other place, okay, that is what is called job work. So like whatever it may be, you will be having the materials, you will be sending the materials to somebody for getting the work done on such material, which is nothing but job work. For movable goods, generally it is called as treatment on another person's goods is job work. Okay, so that job work is there means, and the goods will be returned to the ultimate principal only. After job work, goods will be back to the ultimate principal. So in case of inputs or in case of capital goods, if they are returned to the principal in the particular time limit will be there. For inputs, for goods it will be 1 year. For capital goods it will be 3 years. Within that time, if the goods are returned to the principal means, then ITC can be availed. So that is what is the case of section 19. Section 20 and 21 Input service distributor, you know the concept. Who is input service distributor? Input service distributor will be the one of the distinct person. One of the distinct person. Like he will be generally head office. So who will be having input but will not be having output. So he will be having input tax credit, but the branches will be having the output tax liability. So in order to share the input tax credit, he will be under obligation to have a registration as a input service distributor. So input service distributor will issue the invoice to the branches, okay, to share the input tax credit to the branches. That is what is input service distributor registration. So credit utilization for input service distributor is given under section 20 and 21. Reversal of the credit under section 21. Reversal of the credit under section 21, credit utilization under section 20. So 19, 20, 21, these three sections are also with respect to this input tax credit only. So from section 22 onwards, section 22 onwards up to section 30, 9 sections are there. These total 9 sections will be in the registration chapter. So these section 22 to section 30. Registration chapter will be there. You got this, sir? Understand? Right. Okay, right. So GST is a PAN based registration. And registration shall be obtained for each state. For each state, separate registration is necessary. But for different places in one single state, it is at your option whether to take separate registration for each place of business or to take one registration for the principal place of business and declare the other places as additional place of business. That is at your option. Okay, so either to take registration for one principal place of business and to add remaining places as additional places, or if you want to take registration for every place, you can take registration for each and every place. But actually whenever you are taking registration, new registration, if there is any transfer between these two persons, between these two registration, then it will comes under the definition of supply. Again GST will come. Again it will be liable to GST. It doesn't matter whether so if you are like collecting GST and paying GST, the other person will be taking input tax credit, but still it will be supply. Even the transfer without consideration deems to be supply as per schedule 1 para 2. Okay, and that too in GST we have CGST Act, SGST Act, UTGST Act, correct, IGST Act. Likewise, we have 5 different acts, compensation cess act. Okay, for all these acts, one registration is enough. You need not take a separate registration for CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST. So one registration under an act is enough for other. So we no need to get registered under all the different acts. Just under GST, registration under GST is not tax specific, it is state specific. For each state we need registration. It is not tax specific, which means there is a single registration for all the taxes: CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST, and GST compensation cess. Okay, so registration section 22 to 30 of the CGST Act. Okay, and rules 8 to 26 of the CGST rules. Okay, and the corresponding state laws obviously will be there, which we will not study. Just a CGST we will see. Got this? Right? Okay. So now in this, the relevant definitions are, we know who is an agent. Agent means any person who is acting on behalf of another person. So whether he may be in the business of supply or receipt of goods or services or both. He may be supplying goods or services, or he may be receiving goods or services. So including a factor, broker, commission agent, arhathiya, delicatory agent, auctioneer, or any other mercantile agent by whatever name called, who will be carrying on the business of supply of goods or receipt of goods, supply of services or receipt of services on behalf of another person. Another person will be principal. On behalf of the principal he will be doing it. So that is what. Next, you know taxable supply, you know taxable territory. Place of business, you see. Place of business means a place from where the business is ordinarily carried out. Generally from where we are doing the business, that will be the place of business, and includes warehouse, godown, or any other place where the taxable person store his goods supplies or receives goods or services or both. From where he is supplying goods or from where he is receiving the goods or where he is receiving the services, whatever it may be, and where he is storing the goods. All this will comes under the definition of principal place of business, and where he is maintaining the books of accounts, and from where he is a place where a taxable person is engaged in the business through an agent by whatever name code. That means it is not your office, it is your agent's office. Like your agent will be sitting there and doing business from there. Then also it will comes under the definition of place of business. So place of business means from the place where the business is generally carried out, the place where goods are generally stored, the place where from goods are generally received, goods are supplied, services are received, services are supplied, and place where books of accounts are maintained, place where the agent will be there. Okay, agent will be conducting or engaged in the business. That is what is called place of supply. Next, fixed establishments means generally which is having a sufficient degree of permanence and suitable structure. That means a structure shall be there. That means at least 4 walls having a roof kind of thing shall be there to be called as a fixed structure or fixed establishment, right? Next, you know this already, you know this definition: aggregate turnover and taxable turnover, turnover in the state. Okay, anyway, we will see it later. Okay, these are the sections we are going to study now. Section 22 is the general section for registration. It is the general section for registration is section 22. For registration, section 22. Okay, see, first of all we need to check section 22 whether we have to get registered ourselves or not. Next, section 23 is the list of the persons who are not liable for registration. That means what? In 22 it is a general section. If any person is covering under section 22 but covering under section 23, they are not liable for registration. Okay, that means it is an exception kind of thing. Section 24 is also like that. Any person is covering under section 22, but he is as per section 24, he is the person who is required to get registration compulsorily. That means 22 section is not applicable here. Let's say 22 is a general section where it is told that threshold limit of turnover will be 20 lakhs. Okay, this is 22. Simply speaking, 22 turnover 20 lakhs. Who is crossing 20 lakhs? They have to get themselves registered. This is 22. So whenever a person, okay, crossing more than 20 lakhs, but he is covering under section 23 means he is not required to get registered. Okay, whenever a person is having a turnover less than 20 lakhs but mentioned under section 24, he has to get himself registered. You got this point? See, in general section is 22. Generally it is saying that threshold limit is there. If somebody is crossing threshold, they have to get themselves registered. If somebody is not crossing section 22, the limit under 22, they no need to get themselves registered. But whenever the person is in the list of section 23, even though his turnover crossed 20 lakhs, that means threshold turnover as per section 22, but still he is not required to get himself registered. Okay, at the same time, whenever a person is listed as per section 24, that means he is covered under the list of section 24, even though his turnover is not 20 lakhs, okay, but still he is required for registration, required to get himself registration. So that means section 22 is general section for registration. 23 is a person not liable for registration. 24 is compulsory registration in certain cases. That means 23 and 24 both are exceptions to 22, exceptions to the general rule, right? Next, 25, it is the procedure for registration. 26 is deemed registration. Deemed registration means proper officer. Proper officer is nothing but GST officer. Okay, GST department, GST authority has to give the registration in a particular period of time. Okay, there will be a time limit to it. Within that period, if the department is not giving registration, means it is automatically deemed that registration has been granted by the department. That is what is deemed registration. Next to 27, it is relating to casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Casual taxable person and NRTP. Okay, we know these definitions. CTP, who is CTP, who is NRTP. We know these definitions. For them, the special provisions. And 28 is amendment of registration. That means it is after registration. Once the registration is done, if you want to change some particulars which you have already applied for, that means if you want to change a phone number, if you want to change email ID, if you want to change the address, if you want to change or add place of business. So likewise, if you want to change something, okay, that is amendment of registration. Next to section 29, cancellation of suspension of registration. Cancellation or suspension of registration. That means registration, cancellation of registration. Cancellation of registration means voluntary. That means registration is not required for us, but we have taken registration. Now we want to cancel the registration. Sometimes you have taken registration, but you are not complying GST law. That's why department is cancelling the registration, suspending the registration. Okay, likewise cancellation or suspension. So whenever it is cancelled or suspended, whenever it is suspended by the department or cancelled by the department, in such cases, revocation of cancellation. See, if it is cancelled by you, it is a voluntary registration. You don't want to continue. You don't want that registration. That's why you cancelled it. You will go for revocation. Huh? Generally, you will not go. So that's why when it will be revocation of cancellation, if it is cancelled by the department, then it is revocation. Okay, so section 22 to 30. 22 is general section, person liable for registration. 23 is person not liable for registration. 24 is mandatory registration, compulsory registration. Okay, even though 22 not satisfied, under 24 covered means you have to get yourself registered. Okay, 25 is procedure for registration. 26 is deemed registration. 27 is special provisions in case of CTP, NRTP. 28 is amendment of registration. 29 is cancellation or suspension of registration. 30 is revocation of cancellation of registration. Okay, so these sections we have to cover. Now we will take up section 22. Section 22 talks about person liable for registration. Okay, so when you are liable for registration. So you in the first chapter we have read this turnover limits for registration. Do you remember with respect to some states? Okay, state-wise turnover has been given. For some states 20 given. For some states 10 given. For some states 40-20 given, 20-40 given. Do you remember these states? Okay, we will see here those states. We will see. See here, special category states are there. Special category states. Okay, special category states are 11 states. We have 11 special category states. Jammu Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Manipur, Mizoram. Likewise, we have special category states. Okay, so states with threshold limit of 10 lakhs. States with threshold limits of 10 lakhs for supplier of goods and supplier of services. Okay, threshold limit of 10 lakhs for goods, 10 lakhs for services. Or 4 states are there. 4 states. What are those? Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. MMNT. Okay, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. These states are there with the threshold limit of 10 lakhs. That means if you are doing turnover more than 10 lakhs in such state, means whether it may be goods turnover, whether it may be services turnover, whether it may be goods turnover, whether it may be services turnover, then you have to get themselves registered. Okay, right. Next, in case of these states, 20 lakhs is the turnover. See here, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Puducherry, Telangana. Okay, right. For this memory code will be Puma T-shirt. Okay, Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Telangana, Sikkim. All the states covered. Okay, these are the 6 states. So these 6 states are there now. For these 6 states, 2020 is the turnover limit. This is T10. This is T20. Okay, so other than these states, any state, any states other than these state, any state, Jammu and Kashmir, Assam, Himachal, why these states are specially mentioned means these are special category states but still having general limits. Okay, what are those limits? 40 20, 40 goods turnover, 20 services turnover, 40 goods turnover, 20 services turnover. Okay, so Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, okay, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. Okay, so all these states will come under this. Punjab, okay, all these states comes under 40 20 only. You got this? Okay, so simply Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, 4 state MMNT. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, 4 states are there. For them 10 10 T10. Okay, next to T20, Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, next Arunachal Pradesh, Telangana, yes sir, Sikkim, Sikkim है ना, Sikkim. For these states T20. Okay, goods 20, services 20. Other than these states, any other state, whether it may be Jammu and Kashmir, Assam, Himachal Pradesh, or Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, whatever it may be, whatever the Andhra Pradesh, whatever the state may be, then it will be 40 20. Goods turnover 40, services turnover 20. This is the threshold limit. Okay, in section 22, what is there? We'll see. Section 22, section 22, subsection 1, subsection 1, person liable for registration. So every supplier, so 22 is talking about supplier registration, shall be liable to be registered under this act in the state or union territory. Okay, so every supplier shall be liable to be registered under this act in the state or union territory other than special category states, from where he makes a taxable supply. See here in 22 they are talking about taxable supply. Okay, taxable supply of goods or services or both. Taxable supply, what is the definition of taxable supply? Taxable supply includes zero rated supply. Okay, or both if his aggregate turnover in a financial year exceeds 20 lakh rupees. Aggregate turnover in a financial year exceeds 20 lakh rupees. So this is what the straight away section 22 subsection 1 general rule. That means wherever a registered person, wherever a supplier turnover crossed 20 lakhs, other than special category states they are talking about. If in any state, okay, so every supplier shall be liable to be registered under this act in the state or union territory other than special category state from where he makes taxable supplies of goods or services or both if his aggregate turnover. Okay, so in the state he has to take registration when his aggregate turnover. That means, see, the turnover limit is pan India basis. Registration shall be made in the state. What he is telling, every supplier shall be liable to be registered in the state he is telling. That means he has to take registration in the state if his turnover pan India basis, crossed 20 lakhs. So that means he is having turnover 12 lakhs in Andhra Pradesh. Okay, 12 lakhs in Tamil Nadu, totally 24 lakhs, aggregate turnover 24 lakhs. This is services turnover 24 lakhs. Now he has to get registered. Why? His aggregate turnover more than 20 lakhs. Where he has to get registered? In both the states, in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana, in both the states he has to get himself registered. Let's say I'm into practice. I'm having a office in Andhra Pradesh. I'm having office in Hyderabad. There the turnover is 12 lakhs. Here the turnover is 15 lakhs. Totally 27 lakhs. Aggregate turnover is more than 20 lakhs. That's why I have to get registered in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, both the states. Okay, right. So this is what is section 22 subsection 1. So wherever you are talking about the threshold limit, you have to see pan India basis. turnover pan India basis. But registration shall be made in a state. Okay. Provided that where such person makes taxable supplies of the goods or services or both from any special category states. Okay, special category states. He shall be liable to be registered if his aggregate turnover in a financial year exceeds 10 lakhs. That means for special category states 10 lakhs. That is what is given in the section. 20 lakhs generally, 10 lakhs special category state, that is what is given in section. Okay, right. So by telling this, they already have given the power to the states. See, in the CGST section 22 subsection 1, it is telling that 20 lakhs for general states, all the states, 10 lakhs for special category states, they are telling. At the same time, if the state government wants, if the state government recommends, they want the higher turnover to be kept as a threshold limit, that can be given. Likewise, all the states recommended for 40 lakhs. That's why goods turnover went to 40 lakhs, services turnover went to 20 lakhs. So the state government is having this power to recommend that. So provided further that the government may, at the request of the special category state and on the recommendations of the council, enhance the aggregate turnover referred to in the first provision from 10 lakhs to such amount. Okay, not exceeding 20 lakh rupees. That means for special category states, they are having the power to request how much? Up to 20 lakhs, from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs. Likewise, they have used the power. Some special category states used the power. For all the special category states, it is not 10. There are many special category states for which the turnover is 20-20 and 40-20. Okay, right, not exceeding 20. And subject to such conditions and limitations as may be notified. Next, further provided also that government may, at the request of the state and on the recommendations of the council, enhance the aggregate turnover from 20 lakhs to such amount not exceeding 40 lakhs in case of supplier who is engaged exclusively in supply of goods, subject to such conditions and limitations as it may be prescribed. That means for special category states 20 lakhs, 10 to 20. In case of goods up to 40. See, this is given to all the states. This is given to all the states, including special category states. This is given to special category states. So using this and this, special category states increased from 10 to 40 in case of goods, 10 to 20 in case of services. Okay, right. So for the purpose of this subsection, a person shall be considered to be engaged exclusively in supply of goods, even if he is engaged in exempt supply of services, provided by way of extending deposits, loans or advances insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. That means supply of goods he is doing. The supplier is there, he is doing supply of goods plus supplier of service, but the service is that extending loans or deposit. That means he is into lending business. Okay, if he is doing financial business and the consideration is interest, discount, that means it can be treated that he is engaged only in supply of goods, because it is exclusively exempted. Okay, that is what the explanation here is. So even if he is doing financial business along with other goods business, he will be just treated as supplier of goods only. He will not be treated as supplier of goods and supplier of services. He will not be treated as supplier of service. He will just be treated as supplier of goods only. Okay, right. Next, every person who on the day immediately preceding the appointed day is registered or holds a license under an existing law shall be liable to be registered under this act with effect from the appointed day. So that means every person who is having the license, okay, who is having the license under existing law means existing law is what? Existing law is what? By 1st July 2017, existing law is VAT registration is there, service tax registration is there, excise registration is there, all these are there before GST. By that date under indirect tax, what is the registrations? VAT registration, service tax registration, excise duty registration, all these are there. So in such cases, if any person is already into business by that time, now all this being abolished, GST is coming into picture. Okay, so they have to get themselves registered under GST. That is what the subsection 2 for them. Okay, next, where a business carried on by a taxable person registered under this act is transferred, whether on account of succession or otherwise, okay, to any other person as a going concern, the transferee or the successor, as the case may be, shall be liable to be registered with effect from the date of such transfer or succession. You got this? So what he is telling, whenever the business is being transferred by way of succession, that means proprietor is there, his son is taking up, proprietor is there, his son is taking up the business in that case, or else a business is being completely transferred as a slump sale, okay. In those cases, the transferee has to get himself registered. Why there is need of separate registration? It is already registered. No, why? GST is a PAN based registration. Whenever the management and the persons are changing, obviously PAN will change. PAN is changing means obviously new registration has to be obtained. Okay, so with effect from date of such transfer or succession, they have to get themselves registered. Same is the case with amalgamation also. Pursuant to see here, notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1 and 3, in case of transfer pursuant to sanction of a scheme or an arrangement for amalgamation, or as the case may be, demerger of two or more companies pursuant to an order of High Court, tribunal, or otherwise. Whatever the case may be, it may be an order of High Court, or it may be order of a tribunal, or it may be order of any other person. Like sometimes it may be insolvency, or it may be merger, or it may be amalgamation, or it may be demerger, whatever the case may be. Transferee shall be liable to get registered with effect from the date on which the Registrar of Companies issues certificate of incorporation, giving effect to the order of the High Court. That means certificate of registration after amalgamation, certificate of registration after demerger. MCA will give certificate of incorporation. So when the certificate of incorporation received, from such date registration has to be obtained. Effective date will be that date. Okay, right. Next, explanation gives the definition of aggregate turnover. So you know the definition of aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover shall include all the supplies made by the taxable person, whether on his own account or made by all his principals. Okay, all his principals. That means aggregate turnover includes turnover made by the principal as well as the agent. Okay, all the taxable supplies. Next, special category states means that 11 states are there, no? Those are the special category states. Right. So this is all about section 22. This is all about section 22. In section 22, what it is telling? Every supplier whose aggregate turnover crossing 20 lakhs, crossing aggregate turnover, every supplier whose aggregate turnover crossing 20 lakhs has to get himself registered in the state. Aggregate turnover means pan India basis, you have to see. Okay, registration shall be made in the state in which he is doing business generally, but provided that in case of special category state, the turnover is 10 lakhs. But for the special category state, if the state is requesting, turnover can be increased from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs. Provided further that if the state is requesting, turnover can be increased from 20 lakhs to 40 lakhs. Okay, likewise they are having the power. Okay, and this is if any dealer is engaged in supply of goods as well as supply of services, services are relating to extension of loans or providing deposits or providing advances, and consideration is earned in the form of interest and discount, then in such cases he will be just regarded as supplier of goods only. Okay, this is the thing. Next, wherever then existing license is there, that means under VAT, under service tax, under excise duty. So before the implementation of GST, upon implementation of GST, they have to get the registration under GST. Okay, next, whenever there is a transfer of business as a going concern or a succession of a business, the successor or the transferee has to get themselves registered under GST. And whenever is a case of amalgamation or demerger or any other scheme or any other sanction or arrangement by the order of the High Court or order of the tribunal or as any other case it may be, so the transferee has to get themselves registered upon receiving the certificate of incorporation from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Aggregate turnover means it includes all the turnover made by the taxable person, and it also includes all the turnover made on behalf of all the principals. Special category states means 11 special categories states are there. Okay, so Jammu and Kashmir, Arunachal Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim and Uttarakhand, there no, those are kept outside the scope. But anyway, turnover limits has to be remembered, which we have already seen there. These are there no. These Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura 10-10, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Telangana and Sikkim 20-20 and other states 40-20. This has to be remembered. Okay, right. So we have to see other points here. Important points are also there here. So threshold limit as per section 22, generally it is 20 lakhs. Generally it is 20 lakhs. Okay. Right. Aggregate turnover means we have already seen this definition, which includes all the supplies which are taxable, which are exempt, which are export, which are interstate. Okay. Of a person having same PAN. Of a person having same PAN to be computed on all India basis. From where the turnover it may be. From any state the turnover may be. All that has to be taken together. That will be called as aggregate turnover, but excluding GST part. Excluding GST part. Okay, CGST, SGST, IGST, UTGST, everything has to be excluded. Cess has to be excluded. But at the same time, inward supplies on which you have paid the GST, input tax. Okay, so under reverse charge mechanism, if the recipient is paying GST, that also to be excluded. Okay, right. We are paying GST now, so that's why we have to calculate into turnover means you cannot take like that. Okay, just aggregate turnover means RCM turnover has to be excluded. RCM inward supply has to be excluded. GST has to be excluded. Then taxable supply, exempt supply, export, interstate, everything has to be taken on a pan-India basis, all over India basis. This is what is aggregate turnover. So this aggregate turnover will be the criteria, will be the threshold limit. Okay, right. In this point we know aggregate turnover to exclude inward supplies on which tax is payable under reverse charge. This we know, right. Next point you see, aggregate turnover excludes CGST, SGST, UTGST. This also we know. Aggregate turnover to include all the total turnover of all the branches, that is all GST registration under the same PAN. This also we know. All the branches turnover has to be included. Next point, value of exported goods or services, exempted goods or services, interstate supplies between distinct persons. See, interstate supplies may be between distinct persons. Okay, that means having same PAN but different registration. That also to be included in the aggregate turnover. Next, aggregate turnover to include all the supplies made by taxable person, whether on his own account or made on behalf of all his principals. Okay, aggregate turnover to include turnover made by the turnover made on behalf of the principals. Next, aggregate turnover and turnover in the state. There is a difference, sir. Aggregate turnover and turnover in the state, there is a difference. Aggregate turnover means turnover all over the country, all over the country. Turnover in the state means turnover made within the state, okay, which will be used for calculation of GST under composition levy. Okay, so turnover in the state will be used in case of manufacturers. Turnover in the state, taxable turnover in the state will be used for calculation of GST in composition levy with respect to traders. Okay, for restaurant and catering services, turnover in the state only has to be taken. Okay, that is what is turnover in the state. See here, however, once a person is eligible for composition levy, GST payable under composition levy would be calculated as per the specified percentage of turnover in the state or union territory. Okay, right. Next point. See, we know this 10 lakhs for a specified category states, that too Mizoram, Tripura, Manipur, Nagaland. 10 lakhs is there. Okay, next. See here, further notification is there dated 7/3/2019, exempts any person who is engaged in exclusively supply of goods and whose aggregate turnover in the financial year does not exceed 40 lakhs from registration requirements. This is already known. So whose turnover is less than 40 lakhs, goods turnover is less than 40 lakhs and whose turnover does not include 40 lakhs and that too he is dealing in goods. In such cases is not required, but actually there is an exemption to it, there is an exception to it. What is the exception? As per section 24, even though his turnover is not meeting the criteria, he has to get himself registered. Okay, that we will see. So those notified cases are, as per section 24, some cases are there, some list of persons are there. Even though the turnover not crossed, they have to get themselves registered. That is one thing. And next you see this manufacturers, manufacturer of ice cream, pan masala, tobacco products, so fly ash bricks, okay, bricks of fossil mills, building bricks, earthening or roofing tiles. These persons are there. If any person engaged in the manufacturing of these products, for them also, registration is mandatory. Okay. Next, person engaged in see these two. Person who has obtained for voluntary registration or such registered person who intended to continue with their registration under CGST Act. And person engaged in intrastate supplies in the state of Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Telangana, Puducherry. Okay. And person engaged in interstate supplies of goods are nevertheless liable to compulsory registration and are already covered in exception here. So simply speaking, this is the thing which we have to clearly understand. Okay, you now tell me for Puducherry, threshold limit for person engaged exclusively in supply of goods, both goods and services, 20. Telangana, 20. Others, see here why they are mentioning 20. That means if you are into goods plus services, then your turnover, aggregate turnover limit will be decreased to 20. Okay, you are into goods and you are into services, so both. Okay, in such cases your aggregate turnover limit will be decreased to 20. It will be decreased to the lower limit. So you just see here, your turnover in supply of goods is there for 30 lakhs. Okay, supply of services you are making 5 lakhs. Totally it is 35 lakhs. You are in Telangana. Sorry, let's say Andhra Pradesh. Okay, for Andhra Pradesh, goods turnover is, services turnover is 20 lakhs. But when you are combining these two, okay, goods plus services, you are into services business, you are into goods business, both. Then in such cases, your turnover limit will be decreased to 20 lakhs. That means, even though your turnover is 35 lakhs, but still you are required to get yourself registered. So that means you are engaging in supply of goods and supply of services, means the lower turnover has to be calculated. That means services turnover will be win. And at the same time, whenever you are operating in a special category state, let's say you are operating in Mizoram, you are operating in Telangana, you are operating in Mizoram, you are operating in Telangana. In Telangana your turnover is 12 lakhs. In Mizoram your turnover is 12 lakhs. Okay, registration limit will be 10 lakhs. You are crossing 10 lakhs limit. That's why registration is compulsory. Registration is compulsory. In Mizoram, your turnover limit is 8 lakhs. Okay, in Telangana, your 10 lakhs turnover. Then, why? See, 8 lakhs plus 10 lakhs. Aggregate turnover, 18 lakhs. What is the aggregate turnover here? 18 lakhs. See, 10 lakhs in Telangana, 8 lakhs in Mizoram, special category state, where 10 lakhs is the threshold limit. So if you are operating in such state, then what will happen? Your turnover limit will be decreased to 10 lakhs. Threshold limit will be decreased to 10 lakhs. Okay, right. So even if it is 10 lakhs in Telangana, but still you are liable for registration because of operations in Mizoram. Okay, right. And that too, if you are not having operations in a particular state, let's say Mizoram is there, Telangana is there. In Mizoram, you are just doing marketing. You don't have any outward supply there. You are not doing taxable supply from there, from that office. You are just having a marketing office. It is just a cost center where marketing executives will be there. They will be having some marketing strategies. They will be doing marketing. That's all. They are not doing any taxable supply from there. Okay, if that is the case, registration is not required. Registration is required for the establishment or office from where you are doing taxable supply. If you are not doing taxable supply from a particular state, simply because of an office there, simply because of an establishment there, means you no need to get yourself registered. Whenever you are making a taxable supply from a particular location, then only you are liable for registration. Got this point? Right. Okay, you got this. Right, next we'll see. See here, this is the point. Registration required only for a place of business from where the taxable supply takes place. From where the taxable supply takes place. A supplier is required to obtain registration with respect to his each place of business in India from where a taxable supply has been made. However, a supplier is not liable to obtain registration in a state or union territory from where he makes an exempt supply or non-taxable supply. Okay, so it is pertinent to note that a supplier is required to obtain registration only in the states from where a taxable supply is made and not where the taxable supply is made. And not where the taxable supply is made. It may be noted that if the goods or services are supplied in different states, GST registration is not required in each such states. Let's say in the same example which we have taken earlier, here 8 lakhs is there, here 10 lakhs is there. We are telling that aggregate turnover 8 lakhs, it is required. Okay, let's say this 8 lakh turnover is exempt turnover. 8 lakh turnover is exempt turnover or non-taxable turnover. Okay, that means a petrol bunk in Mizoram, 8 lakhs. Non-taxable turnover, petrol bunk, non-taxable. So your turnover is 8 lakhs, that too non-taxable turnover. In such cases, registration is not required. In such cases, registration is not required. Okay, right. Further, registration is required to be obtained only in the states where supplier has a fixed establishment. This aspect is more relevant in respect of supply of service like repairs and maintenance, transportation, security, erection and commission services and construction contracts, etc. Okay, right. Thus, if a person has only license office or marketing office in a state and if there is no taxable supply from that state, he is not required to obtain registration in that state. This is an important point. Okay, if there is a office or marketing office from where you are not doing taxable supply, you are not required to make the get the registration in such state. Okay, right. So even if he is registered in other states, thus in that state where licensing office or marketing office is located, he will be treated as a unregistered person. Unregistered person. Okay, but deemed distinct person. But deemed distinct person. So establishment is there, but no registration is required, but still it will be called as distinct person only, deemed distinct person. Other establishment, no, that's it. Okay, for instance, X is having registered office in Delhi, imports goods which are landed in Mumbai seaport, imports goods which are landed in Mumbai seaport. Mr. X enters into sales agreement with Mr. Y located in Mumbai to directly sell the goods from Mumbai port. Okay, so X is having office in Delhi, imports goods which are landed in Mumbai seaport. X entered into the sales agreement with Y located in Mumbai to directly sell the goods from Mumbai port. In this case, X is not required to obtain registration in Mumbai as he has no fixed establishment in Mumbai. Okay, he is just having an agent there. He is just having an agent there. He is not having any fixed establishment there. So that's why he is not required to get himself registered in Mumbai. Okay, right. See, further, threshold limit of a person having place of business in more than one state in India gets reduced to 10 lakhs. Okay, only when such person makes taxable supplies of the goods or services or both from any of the special category state. That means threshold limit will be reduced to 10 lakhs if you are making taxable supplies from special category states. Okay, as per section 22. However, in case he makes exempt or non-taxable supply from a special category state and taxable supplies from a state other than special category state, threshold limit shall not be so reduced. Same example which we have taken for Mizoram and Telangana. Okay, Mizoram 8 lakhs, Telangana 10 lakhs. Okay, from Mizoram you are making taxable supply. Then registration for Mizoram, registration for Telangana, both. From Mizoram you are not taking taxable supply, exempt supply you are doing or non-taxable supply you are doing. Then no registration for Mizoram, no registration for Telangana. Got this? Okay, this is also important. This is also important. These two are important points. Right. Okay, so now moving on to section 24. Section 24, where we are going to talk about compulsory registration in certain cases. 23 is left out. 23 we'll see later. Okay, 24. 24 breaker. Okay, so we'll see 24 and then we will have a break. Is that okay? Right. Right. Compulsory registration in certain cases. Section 24. Okay. So here, that means section 22 is not satisfied. See why we are talking about compulsory registration? Even though 22 is not satisfied, even though threshold limit not crossed as per 22. Okay, that means 20 lakhs not crossed, 10 lakhs not crossed, or 40 lakhs, as the case may be. Based on the state to state, it will differ. Based on goods or based on services, it will differ. Mix of goods and services means turnover will be reduced. Okay, and the operations in special category state and non-special category state, turnover will be reduced. So based on that, threshold limit not crossed. But still, if you are covered under what? Section 24 list, then you are liable for registration compulsorily. Even though your turnover is 0, but still you are required to get yourself registered. So who is that? Person making any interstate taxable supply. Interstate taxable supply. Interstate taxable supply. So working వినిపిస్తుంది కదా? Yes. Okay, interstate to taxable supply. So person making interstate taxable supply, okay, even though his turnover is less than threshold limit, threshold turnover, but still he is like liable for registration. But there is an exception here. See, interstate supply means it may be interstate supply of goods, interstate supply of services. Interstate supply of goods, interstate supply of services. See, for goods, the turnover, this compulsory registration is there. Compulsory registration is there. That means even though the turnover is not crossed the threshold limit, if you are dealing in goods, then compulsory registration. Okay, na? You are doing interstate supply of services. You are doing interstate supply of services. Your turnover not crossed the threshold limit. That means 20 lakhs not crossed. In such cases, it is not compulsory registration. That means here, person making any interstate taxable supply of goods, you can write here. Then only it is a compulsory registration. If you are making taxable supply, interstate taxable supply of services, then threshold limit. Then threshold. That means it is an exception to it. Exception to it. What is exception? Interstate supply of a service is an exception. That means what will apply? Again section 22. Again section 22 will be applicable. For what? Interstate supply of services. Again section 22 will apply. That means threshold limit only will be applicable. Right? You got this point? So person making any interstate taxable supply, however, threshold limit of 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs in case of special category states of MMNT. What is that? Mizoram, Manipur, Tripura, Nagaland. For these states, 10 lakhs is available in case of interstate supply of taxable services. Interstate supply of taxable services. Right. Okay. That means interstate supply. Okay, interstate supply of goods, of services. Here section 22 will apply. Section 22 will apply. That means threshold turnover will apply. That means if turnover crosses 20 lakhs, registration. Not cross 20 lakhs, no registration. Cross 10 lakhs, registration. Not cross 10 lakhs, no registration. Okay, correct? Right. So in case of goods, goods can be further classified into two. So interstate supply of goods, interstate supply of handicraft goods. Okay, na handicraft goods, other goods. So in case of interstate supply of handicraft goods, then again section 22 will apply. Again section 22 will apply. So other goods, section 24 will apply. So 22 means what? Threshold limit for registration. 24 means what? Compulsory registration. Compulsory registration. Got it? Compulsory registration. Understand this point? Okay. So first point we have seen. What is that? Under section 24, first point we have seen. What is that? Person making any interstate supply, interstate taxable supply, okay, of goods other than handicraft goods, we can say in a single line. If you want to tell, means as per section 24, who is required to get compulsory registration? As in the first point it is told that person making interstate taxable supply of goods other than handicraft goods. If you write like that, it will be correct. Okay, if it is handicraft goods, again section 22. If it is interstate supply of taxable supply of services, interstate taxable supply of services, then also section 22, again 22, threshold limit. But other than services, other than handicraft goods, other goods are supplied interstate, then compulsory registration as per section 24. Okay, got this? Right, next, casual taxable person making taxable good supply. Casual taxable, who is a casual taxable person? Casual taxable person means a person who is not having, generally there may be cases where he will be having a registration in a particular state. See here, casual taxable person means it is not necessary that CTP, casual taxable person, casual taxable person. Okay, right. See here, so a person is there, he is from Punjab. He is from Punjab. He is into manufacturing of leather footwear. Leather footwear. Okay. So he is into that business. So in Punjab he is registered. That means he is having a place of business in Punjab. Okay. But whenever exhibition, okay, is being conducted in any state, whatever the state may be, if an exhibition is being conducted in a particular state for 3 days or 4 days or 10 days or whatever it may be, on different locations, it may be in a hotel, it may be in a convention hall, okay, it may be in a ground, whatever it may be, wherever the exhibition is being conducted, the product from the Punjab will be taking to the exhibition. Okay, that means he will be having a store in such exhibition for a period of 10 days or for a period of 15 days. That means he is not is a registered person only. He is having a permanent place of business, but still he wanted to go into a exhibition and do the business. Okay, so that type of persons will be called as casual taxable persons. It is not necessary that he shall be having a permanent fixed place of business. So even though he is not having fixed place of business also, but still can be regarded as casual taxable person. See, GST is a destination based tax. In which state the consumption is being made, okay, to that state tax shall accrue. Okay, so a person is coming from Punjab, all the way from Punjab to Hyderabad, he is putting a store in the exhibition and selling the goods to the persons in Hyderabad. They are consuming the goods. If he is not having registration in registration under GST in Telangana, means how he can give the tax to Telangana government? Okay, to Telangana government he has to pay tax. He will collect GST from Telangana people. Okay, he has to give GST, share of GST to Telangana government. Without registration in Telangana, how he can give? So that's why he has to take registration. He has to take registration in Telangana. So casual taxable person, from wherever he is coming into a particular state, means in such state he has to apply for registration. Okay, generally that will be a temporary registration for a period of 10 days, 15 days, not more than 3 months. Okay, if at all he wants to claim the registration for 3 months also, apply registration for more than 3 months also, he cannot obtain. So maximum for a period of 90 days he can obtain. Maximum for 90 days he can obtain, and that too, who knows that he will pay tax after being collected. So that's why he has to deposit tax in advance. He has to deposit tax in advance. So while taking the registration only, he has to pay GST, advance GST, estimate on an estimate basis. Okay, so that is what is casual taxable person. So whenever a casual taxable person is there, even though his threshold limit not crossed, he has to get himself registered. Okay, but whenever he is dealing in handicraft goods, okay, in such cases threshold limit again will apply. Casual taxable person, okay, for handicraft goods are others are. For handicraft goods again section 22 threshold turnover will apply. Others section 24 compulsory registration. Got it? Okay, right. Right. Casual taxable person, however, threshold limit of 20 lakhs or 10 lakhs in case of special category states of Mizoram, Tripura, Manipur, Nagaland is available in case of CTP who is making interstate taxable supply of notified handicraft goods. Notified handicraft goods and availing the benefit of exemption from registration as mentioned in point 1 above. Okay, that is handicraft goods. Right. Next, person who are required to pay tax under reverse charge on inward supplies received. On inward supplies received. Okay, so reverse charge. In reverse charge, what is the first notified service? RCM. First notified service? GTA. GTA is there. GTA is providing services to specified whom? Recipient. Correct? Specified recipient means society, cooperative society, partnership firm, okay, body corporate, what, GST registered person, correct? Trust, factory, all these are specified recipient. If GTA is providing services to them, GTA services to them, then who has to pay GST? If GTA is not opting for forward charge mechanism, then under reverse charge mechanism, specified recipient has to pay tax. Correct? Has to pay tax. Now let's say a firm is there, a partnership firm, just having turnover of 5 lakhs only, but taking GTA service. GTA services. GTA is not opting for forward charge mechanism. GTA not opting for forward charge mechanism. Firm is taking services from GTA. Now who has to pay GST? Who has to pay GST? Firm has to pay GST. Firm has to pay GST. Okay. So whenever reverse charge mechanism is applicable, then in such cases, in order to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism, at least you have to get yourself registered. For the sake of paying tax under RCM, even though your turnover not crossed as per section 22, threshold not crossed, but still you are required to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism. So that's why person who are required to pay tax under reverse charge on inward supplies received. Okay. However, person engaged exclusively in making outward supplies, tax on which is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis are exempt from registration. That means he is talking about whom? He is talking about GTA. Say GTA is a supplier of service, but his services will be paid, his services will be liable to tax by recipient. Under RCM, recipient will pay tax. Even though GTA is the supplier, who will pay tax? Under RCM, recipient will pay tax. That's why GTA is not required to obtain registration. No registration for GTA. No registration for GTA. You got this pointer? Understand? Right. Next, non-resident taxable person, NRTP. Non-resident taxable person, NRTP. So non-resident taxable person is a person making taxable supply. Non-resident person, what is the definition of NRTP? NRTP is a person who will be making supply of goods or supply of services, okay, in India, but no fixed place of business in India, or no residence in India, but making supply of goods or supply of services in India. That is NRTP. NRTP. Okay, in ITC also we have a point on NRTP. Yeah? What is that? ITC available or not available? ITC not available to NRTP on goods or services availed in India. Okay, if goods are purchased in India by NRTP, on such goods ITC will not be available. If goods or services are obtained in India, on such services NRTP cannot avail input tax credit. But if he is importing goods, then ITC can be taken by NRTP. So NRTP means compulsory registration. Okay, no need to check the turnover. Next, e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator means ECO, electronic commerce operator, ECO. So ECO, I already told you, ECO means electronic commerce operator means, okay, who is having obligation of 9(5). Okay, section 52. Section 52 TCS obligation. So 9(5) means 9(5). TAR we have seen a transportation of passengers, housekeeping, okay, housekeeping and carpenter services. Okay, next accommodation services. Next restaurant services from a specified premises, other than from a specified premises. So if these services are provided through ECO, then ECO will pay GST as per section 9 subsection 5. Okay, other cases section 52 will be applicable to ECO. That means a supplier is providing services to the recipient through ECO. Okay, so in such cases ECO is the person liable for making the payment if it is covered under section 9(5). Okay, if it is not covered under 9(5), under section 52, TCS has to be collected by electronic commerce operator. Okay, right. See here what he is telling. Electronic commerce operator has to obtain registration. So every ECO who is required to collect tax at source under section 52, ECO means any person who owns, operates, manages digital or electronic facility or platform for electronic commerce. Person who supply goods or services other than supply specified under section 9(5) through such ECO, who is required to collect TCS under 52. However, threshold limit of 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs, okay, is available in case of suppliers supplying services through ECO. So this is a recent amendment where, see, generally previously registration is compulsory for ECO. For ECO, registration is compulsory. Okay na? Registration compulsory. First point, registration is compulsory for ECO. So ECO, what is the obligation for ECO? Registration is compulsory for ECO means generally ECO will be having commission, correct? Will be collecting commission. That is his main business. He will facilitate the transaction. He will facilitate the ride booking. He will facilitate the what we call food booking or restaurant booking. He will facilitate. In that every transaction he will be having commission. That is his main business. Okay, right. So from main business on the commission he has to collect GST and pay GST. That is one thing, first thing that is. Second thing is that he is under obligation to pay GST, neither the supplier nor the recipient. If it is covered under 9(5). If it is covered under 9(5), what he has to do? Neither the supplier will pay GST nor the recipient will pay GST. ECO will pay GST. Second thing. Third thing, if any supply is made through ECO other than 9(5), supply other than 9(5), ECO has to do what? ECO has to do what? TCS collection. TCS collection, he has to collect a tax collection at source. TCS collection he has to make. Okay, these things are there. See, if he is doing ECO business, registration compulsory. If a supplier is there, supplier supplying through ECO, through electronic commerce operator. Supplier supplying through electronic commerce operator. That means a small restaurant is there, small restaurant is there, just started. Okay, they just started online orders only. They don't have dining, just parcels, that do online orders. Okay, only online orders. That means doing business through ECO only. Supplier supplying through ECO. Their turnover will be 5 lakhs, just 6 lakhs. Okay, 50,000 per month, that's all. 6 lakhs is their turnover. Small trader doing services through electronic commerce operator. So now if he is making supply means, if he is mandatory under registration means, he cannot afford registration, he cannot afford complaints under GST, he cannot collect GST from the customer. If he is making GST, if he is collecting GST means price will be increased. Okay, so that's why there is an exemption given to supplier of service through ECO up to what? Threshold limit. Up to threshold limit. Previously, whenever a supplier is there supplying through ECO, then he is under compulsory registration. Now what is the change? When a supplier of service is making supply through electronic commerce operator, in such cases is not required to get himself registered till he crosses the threshold turnover. Got it? See here, person who supplies goods or services other than supplies specified in 9.5, other than, okay, through such ECO, who is required to collect tax at source. That means he is telling that every ECO has to get himself registered. At the same time, person supplying through ECO has to get themselves registered. But however, threshold limit of 20 lakhs is available in case of suppliers supplying services through ECO. Whenever it is a supply through ECO, supply of services through ECO. But when you are supplying goods through ECO, you are having a new startup or a new small business which is there. You are supplying goods through ECO. A product is there, particularly. So let's say this pen is there. I started selling this pen online. Okay, then I have to get myself registered. Compulsorily. Even though my turnover is less than threshold, I have to get myself registered because I am supplying through ECO. If I am doing a service through ECO, okay, if I am doing service through ECO, then threshold limit will come. Threshold limit up to 20 lakhs has to be seen. Okay, so this is the thing. Next, person who required to deduct tax under section 51. So generally, see in GST we have TDS section, TCS section, only two. TDS we have 51, TCS we have 52. TDS by government, TCS by electronic commerce operator. Got it? TDS by government, TCS by electronic commerce operator. Okay, now, right? So this when this TDS will come? TDS will come when the government is paying the contractor. Government is paying a contractor more than 2.5 lakhs. More than 2.5 lakhs. In such cases, government has to deduct TDS while making the payment to the contractor. Government availing some contractor services. Government availing some services from a contractor. Okay, from such contractor, while making the payment to such contractor, the government has to deduct TDS under section 51. Okay, as per GST Act. As per GST TDS, only two sections are there. TDS one section for ECO, TCS one section for ECO, TDS one section for government. Section 51. Okay, so government has to, whenever there is a requirement to deduct TDS, compulsorily government has to have a registration. Right. Next, person who makes taxable supply of goods or services or both on behalf of other taxable person. That means on behalf of a principal, an agent is doing a business. On behalf of a principal, agent is doing a business. So agent has to get himself registered. Okay, so you are not dealing in your goods, you are dealing other person's goods, then you have to get yourself registered. Next, a person who was required to pay tax under 9.5, that is electronic commerce operator, who is required to pay tax under specified services. Okay, so ECO, who is required to deduct TCS, not deduct, collect. So ECO who is required to collect TCS as per section 52, he has to obtain registration. As per section 9 subsection 5, ECO who has to pay GST. Who is that? In case of TAR. In case of TAR services. Okay. So next, input service distributor, whether or not separately registered under this act. Who is input service distributor? A head office will be there having input tax grade, wanted to distribute input tax grade to the several branches. Okay. In such cases, input service distributor is required to get themselves registered. So these are the cases. So first case, person making interstate supply of taxable goods and other than handicraft goods. Okay. Next case, casual taxable person, but other than the person who is making interstate supply of handicraft goods. Okay. Turnover up to threshold limit. Next, person who are required to pay tax under reverse charge. Okay, on inward supplies. Next, non-resident taxable person, compulsorily. Electronic commerce operator, compulsorily registration, who is required to direct TCS, collect TCS under 52. Electronic commerce operator who is liable to pay tax under 9 subsection 5, and a person supplying through ECO other than the person supplying services through ECO up to threshold limit. Person who is required to deduct tax under section 51. Okay. Next, person making taxable supply on behalf of a principal. Next, a person who is an input service distributor. Okay. All these are the persons covered under section 24, mandatory registration. Even though they are not covered as per section 22. Okay, not liable as per 22, but still if they are covering under 24, they are liable for registration, compulsorily, mandatorily, right? Okay, now after a break, we will see section 23, where we are going to talk about person not liable for registration. Okay, right. 2 points unnaya? What are those? Okay, we'll see. These two are OIDAR services. OIDAR services means online information, data access and retrieval. Okay, online information and data access and retrieval. Every person supplying OIDAR services from a place outside India to a person in India other than a registered person. So that means OIDAR services. Okay, let's say a game is there. Okay, for the game, a person in India has been subscribed. Okay. Indian player online game has subscribed for such game. Okay, that is online game subscribed by Indian. So he is not a registered person. In such cases, OIDAR, the person supplying OIDAR services, online information and data access services, okay, data access and retrieval services, has to register. Okay, and at the same time, and there is one more amendment in this area. Section 24, under section 24 there is an amendment with respect to online gaming. So online gaming is like you have this Dream 11, Rummy. Likewise, if there is any such app, supplier of such app, and that too he is a supplier from outside India, then he is required to get himself registered in India. Okay, so these case, 10th case and that amended area, online gaming case, both the cases supplier from outside India. So both are required to get themselves registered in India. Okay, in both the cases. And last case is any other person or class of persons as may be notified by the government on the recommendations of the council. Okay, right. Okay, we are done with section 22 and 24, correct? In 22 we have discussed person liable for registration. 22. Okay, section 22, person liable for registration. 24, compulsory registration in 10 different cases, in 11 different cases, correct? Okay, So in 22, person liable for registration means any person, any supplier, okay, whose aggregate, correct, whose aggregate turnover is crossing 20 lakhs. Generally, the limit is 20 lakhs. Okay, then he is liable for registration. Okay, if it is a case of special category states, there could be other turnover limit. Okay, it can be 10-10 or it can be 20-20 or it can be 40-20. Okay, that we have seen. So as per section 24, even though the turnover not crossed as per section 22, that means 22 is not, a particular person is not falling under section 22, but still he is liable for registration under 24. We have seen 10 different cases. Okay, 11 different cases. In the last 3 cases are there, no, OIDAR services, and one more, what is that? Online gaming, online money gaming. Okay, online money gaming, which is provided from outside India. So these cases will be seen in the final level. Okay, so right. Now moving on to section 23. Section 23, where person is not liable for registration. That means he is falling under section 24 or 22. That means threshold limit is being crossed, but still not required for registration. Under section 23, person not liable for registration. So registration is not required under these cases. Okay, right. So registration not required. So person not liable to registration. Okay, the person engaged exclusively in the business of supply of goods and or services, not liable to tax, wholly exempt from tax. Exclusively engaged in the supply of goods or services, not liable to tax. That means non-taxable supply. He is exclusively making non-taxable supply. He is exclusively making exempt supply. Okay, so see here, there is an example of Madhur Oils, Punjab, exclusively engaged in supply of petrol. Petroleum is non-taxable supply. Non-taxable supply exclusively. Even though his turnover is 50 lakhs, 1 crore, 2 crore, whatever, under GST is not liable. Under GST is not required to get himself registered. Okay, see, along with this 50 lakhs, he is just doing 10 lakhs supply of goods which are taxable. Supply of goods which are taxable. In those cases, he is liable for registration. So whenever he is exclusively engaged in supply of exempt supply, supply of non-taxable supply, supply of exempt supply, okay, then only he is not liable for registration. So along with that, if he is doing taxable supply, whatever the proportion may be, then in the aggregate turnover definition, what will come? Aggregate turnover definition, exempt supply has to be included, non-taxable supply has to be included along with taxable supply. If there is no taxable supply is 0, then your exempted supply may be 10 crores, maybe 40 crores, maybe 50 crores, you are not liable for registration. Okay, exclusively engaged in exempt supply. Next, Bhavya Jyoti Foundation Charitable Trust, registered under 12AA. Bhavya Jyoti Foundation registered under 12AA. Okay, so exclusively making charitable activities. In supply of services by way of charitable activities. Charitable activities means exempted. So exclusively exempted, even the turnover may be anything. Turnover crosses the threshold limit, but still they are not liable for registration as per 23. Okay, that is the first case. Next, see, if he is a agriculturist, that means he is a farmer. So farmer, to the extent of supply of produce out of cultivation. Farmer produce out of cultivation, supply of produce out of cultivation. Okay, that means agriculture produce. Okay, he is cultivating the land. Who undertakes the cultivation of the land. So whether he may, the term agriculturalist has defined as per section 2.7 as an individual or HUF. Okay, who undertakes cultivation of land. By own labor. By the labor of the family. That means family labor, or in the family members are there helping in cultivation. Okay, by the servants on the wages payable in cash or kind, but under the personal supervision or personal supervision of family members. Okay, so in all these cases he will be termed as an agriculturist. Okay, agriculturalist means he is cultivating the land by his own labor or by the labor of family or by other labor or by other servants, but under his supervision or supervision of his family. So that is what is called agriculturalist. So agriculturalist, to the extent of supply produced through his cultivation, whatever the turnover may be, whatever the amount of agriculture produce it may be, agriculturalist is not required to get himself registered. Correct? Right. If any person is purchasing from agriculturalist, if any person, that means from unregistered person to registered person, what will apply? Section 9 subsection 4, unregistered person to registered person, RCM will be applicable, but only in case of notified goods, notified services. Let's say agriculturist, a farmer is there of cashew nuts, farmer of cashew farmer is there. So if a cashew nuts are being purchased from the farmer by a person who is into trading, okay, so in such cases, under reverse charge mechanism, the person who is purchasing cashew nuts from the farmer, he has to pay GST. Okay, great. See, here we will see this example. Deshbandhu, agriculturalist, engaged in cultivation of wheat in the field in the state of Punjab. He was exclusively engaged in supply of wheat cultivated in this field, okay, in the previous year. Thus he was not liable to registration, because he is exclusively engaged in supply of produce out of cultivation. In the current year, he decides to start trading in pre-packaged, okay, and labeled puffed rice. Apart from supplying his wheat produce, he is doing this business from this year. His turnover in the current year is 32 lakhs from the supply of wheat produced, and 9 lakhs from trading of the pre-packaged and labeled puffed rice. So since he engaged in trading of pre-packaged and labeled puffed rice also, he is not covered under section 23 above. The threshold limit of registration applicable to person exclusively engaged in supply of goods in the state of Punjab is 40 lakhs. Okay, so 23 is not applicable, 24 is applicable, sorry, 22 is applicable, 23 is not applicable, 22 is applicable. That's why, so 32 lakhs plus 9 lakhs totally coming to 41 lakhs, which is crossing threshold limit, then he is liable for registration. Okay, that exclusively engaged in agricultural activity means then it is exempted. Next, specified category of persons who notified by government exempted from obtaining registration. Okay, if it is notified by government, those persons are exempted. So those notified persons are person making only reverse charge supplies. That means I am supplying, okay, let's say activity of a lawyer is there, advocate is there. Advocate is engaged in the supply of legal services. So on legal services, either legal services, okay, provided to individual, this is exempted. Correct? If it is provided to business entity, under reverse charge. Even though the legal services are provided for 1 crore also, he is not liable for registration. Advocate is not liable for registration, because under reverse charge mechanism, business entity who is taking his services has to get himself registered, get themselves registered. So that's why legal services, advocates are outside the scope of registration. So likewise, person making only reverse charge supplies, on which recipient will be liable to pay the GST. Okay, so person who only engaged in making supplies of taxable goods or services are both, the total tax on which is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis by recipient of such supply of goods or services are both under 9(3) have been exempted from obtaining registration. Okay, right. Next, person making interstate supply of taxable services up to 20 lakhs. Okay, we have seen this point in which section? In section 24. We have seen a compulsory registration cases, supply of interstate supply of services, interstate supply of taxable goods Okay, other than handicraft goods. Handicraft goods, that is covered in section 24. So interstate supply of services is excluded from that point in section 24, correct? So interstate supply of services, interstate supply of services up to 20 lakhs, it is exempted. Person not liable for registration. Okay, so what is exempted in section 24 will be obviously there in section 23. See, there we are talking about compulsory registration. So what is exempted under section 24, under 24, which are not liable for registration, which are not compulsory liable for registration, that will obviously come in section 23. Which are exempted in section 24, which are exceptions to 24, that will comes under section 23. Person not liable for registration. So person making interstate supply of services, taxable services up to 20 lakhs. One more also will come. What is that? One more also, same thing, same like that. One more also, CTPs who is providing handicraft goods, who is dealing interstate supply of handicraft goods. So then also threshold limit will be applicable. So up to 20 lakhs they are not liable for registration. More than 20 lakhs they are liable for registration. So person making interstate supplies of taxable services up to 20 lakhs. Okay, next, person making interstate taxable supplies of notified handicraft goods up to 20 lakhs. Okay, but provided in this case conditions to be fulfilled, these conditions to be fulfilled. What are those two conditions? You see, aggregate value of such supplies to be computed on all India basis and that does not exceed 20 lakhs. This is first thing. Okay, it is obvious, aggregate turnover should not cross 20 lakhs and 10 lakhs in case of special category states. And other thing is that they shall be having a PAN card, they shall be having a PAN, permanent account number, as per Income Tax Act, plus see, there is a movement of goods there. There is movement of goods, interstate supply of goods kada, interstate supply of goods. That's why they shall be having e-way bill. Okay, they shall be generating e-way bill. So for every movement of goods they shall be generating e-way bill, electronic way bill they have to generate. If these two conditions are satisfied, then in such cases registration limit is 20 lakhs only. Okay na? So turnover up to, threshold limit up to 20 lakhs shall be there. That means aggregate turnover less than 20 lakhs. And for every transfer they shall be having a PAN, and for every transfer they shall be having a e-way bill. For every movement of goods they shall be having a e-way bill. Next, casual taxable person making interstate taxable supplies of notified handicraft goods of 20 lakhs. What is this? Generally this is for notified handicraft goods. This is CTP notified handicraft goods. CTP notified handicraft goods, both. Okay, for notified handicraft goods also 20 lakhs. CTP notified handicraft goods also 20 lakhs. So here also same condition. What is that? Same condition. What is that? Aggregate turnover 20 lakhs, PAN plus e-way bill. PAN plus e-way bill. So CTPs are availing the benefit of notification number 3 2018 dated 22/10/2018. Right. Next, here you see. So we have this point under compulsory registration. Agent is liable for registration. Agent is liable for compulsory registration whenever a person is acting on behalf of others. He is liable for registration. Okay. See, APMC is there. APMC is there means agriculture produce marketing committee. Agriculture produce marketing committee. Agriculture produce marketing committee is a state body. Is a state specific body. Okay, for every state there will be a separate committee. District and district they will be having separate chairmen. For every district there will be a separate chairman. So agriculture produce marketing committee is there. So agriculture produce marketing committee, commission agent will be there. Okay, so agent will help the, generally farmer will be there. Farmer will be approaching the agent. For selling agriculture produce. Okay, for selling agriculture produce. So agent A is selling the goods to be, okay, agriculture produce marketing committee is there. Okay, there will be some commission agent. Commission agent will be there. Okay, a B is the buyer of agriculture produce. Farmer of agriculture produce. Farmer will approach commission agent. Commission agent will approach buyer. So farmer will sell the produce to buyer. Agriculture produce to buyer. Okay, in this case, farmer will pay some commission to commission agent. Okay, na? So if the commission agent is there, he is issuing the invoice. In such cases, if the commission agent is issuing, he will be the agent as per para 1, schedule 3, para 3. He will be the agent. See, you know this concept, right? Principal to agent. Okay, if the agent is having the capacity to issue the invoice on his own name, then he will be the agent as per para 3, schedule 1. He will be regarded. Okay, so here the commission agent is there. No, this commission agent is issuing the invoice on his own name, means then he will be the agent as per schedule 3, schedule 1, para 3. Okay, but still farmer is selling the agriculture produce. No, farmer is selling the agriculture produce. Agriculture produce is exempted from GST, not taxable. Okay, that's why the services provided by agent to the farmer. Services provided by agent to the farmer. So on which the commission is charged by the agent. So will also be exempted. That means on these services he is not required to take registration. Provided if this agent is there, along with the service to the farmer, he is making other services, then he is liable for registration. Okay, that means so if the farmer is giving agriculture produce, if other things are there which are taxable, in such cases the commission agent services are also taxable and he is also liable for registration. So that is what the clarification given here. So in this, so CBIC has clarified that issues as to whether the services provided by commission agent as per APMC Act for sale or purchase of agriculture produce qualify as a supply. See here, Mr. A sells agriculture produce by utilizing the services of Mr. B. Okay, A is whom? He is the farmer. B is the person who is the agent, who is a commission agent as per APMC. Okay, Mr. B identifies the buyers and sells the agriculture produce on behalf of Mr. A, for which he charges a commission from A. Okay, commission from farmer. In cases where the invoice is issued directly by Mr. A to buyer, commission agent does not fall under the category of agent covered under schedule 1. In case if he is issuing the invoice directly, who is issuing? Mr. B, the commission agent, is issuing the invoice directly, then he will be falling under the para 3 schedule 1 of CGST. Hence, in such cases, the services supplied by commission agent Mr. B on behalf of the principal without consideration shall be deemed to be supply. Okay, concept of deemed supply under schedule 1 has been discussed in this chapter, supply under GST. We have seen that. But the registration requirements of the commission agent in such cases have been examined and clarified as follows. So there, as we have already seen, as per section 24, person is liable for mandatory registration if he takes taxable supply of goods or services both on behalf of other taxable persons. That means agent is compulsory liable for registration as per section 24. Accordingly, commission agent will be liable to get mandatory registration under these provisions only when both the following conditions are satisfied. What are those conditions? Principal should be taxable person. Principal should be taxable. Here the principal is not taxable because he is a farmer, agriculturalist. Okay, supplies made by the commission agent should be taxable. So here the supplies made by the commission agent is taxable. Agency services only. He is receiving commission. It is taxable, but still the principal supplying non-taxable supply. Okay, so that's why the commission agent under APMC Act makes supplies on behalf of agriculturalist who is not taxable person if he supplies produces out of cultivation of land. Okay, thus a commission agent who is making supplies on behalf of non-taxable person, that is agriculturalist, is not liable for compulsory registration under this provision. Simply speaking, commission agent serving the farmer, supplying services to the farmer on a commission basis. In that cases, commission agent is not liable for registration. Why he is not liable for registration? Okay, so supplies of the agriculturalists are not taxable supplies. That's why commission agent is not required for registration. Generally, agents are required for registration. If the principal is making taxable supply, in such cases, agents are liable for compulsory registration irrespective of the turnover as per section 24. Okay, as per section 24. Right. So further, since the services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agriculture produce are exempt from GST, such commission agents are not liable to be registered. Okay. However, when the commission agent is liable to pay tax under reverse charge, okay, such an agent will be required to get registered compulsorily. Okay, right. So provisions of section 23 can be summarized in the following diagram. That is, person not liable for registration or person exclusively engaged in business of supplying goods or services not liable to tax. That means non-taxable supply, exempt supply. Okay, wholly exempt from tax. Next, agriculturalist is not liable for GST if he is cultivating the land from his own labor, from the labor of the family, from other laborers, outside laborers, under the supervision of himself or under the supervision of family members. Okay, specified category of persons notified by the government. Who are they? Persons supplying services, supplying goods or services, but which are liable under reverse charge. Which are liable under reverse charge. Okay, those are notified. Okay, we'll see the illustration here. Examine with reason whether registration is required under CGST Act in the following independent cases. Okay, so Adav Computers of Gujarat is providing computer maintenance service. Aggregate turnover is 15 lakhs, which comprise both interstate and intrastate supply. Both interstate, intrastate, both are there. Turnover is 15 lakhs. Okay, you tell me. He is operating in Gujarat. Not liable for registration. What is the turnover limit? 20 lakhs as per section 22. 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs. 22, 20 lakhs. He is liable for registration under 24. Why? And 24 first point is there. What is that? Interstate supply of services or services or interstate supply of goods only now. As per section 24, interstate supply of goods other than handicraft goods. That means on handicraft goods and on interstate supply of services, threshold limit will be applicable. Here interstate supply of services are there. Okay, threshold limit will be applicable. Threshold limit not cross, not required for registration. Soft Wings of West Bengal exclusively trading in garments. Soft Wings of West Bengal exclusively trading in garments. Supplies its taxable goods in various states of India. Supplies its taxable goods in various states of India from its outlet in West Bengal. Aggregate turnover of Soft Wings is 35 lakhs. Aggregate turnover of Soft Wings is 35 lakhs. You tell me, exclusively trading in garments. Supplies its taxable goods in various states of India from its outlet in West Bengal. Aggregate turnover of Soft Wings is 35 lakhs. Interstate supply. Okay, interstate supply. West Bengal. No threshold limit, compulsory registration. Section 22 or 24. 24 will come. 22 won't be there. Why? Interstate supply. See here, two things are there. For section 22, 40 lakhs. That is correct. If 22 is applicable, 40 lakhs. If 22 is not applicable, you have to check 24. It is coming under 24. See here, it is coming under 24. It is coming under 24 or not? Interstate supply of goods. Then you don't need to check threshold limit. So interstate supply of goods is there. So that's why threshold limit for registration in state of West Bengal for the person exclusively engaged in supply of goods is 40 lakhs. However, registration is compulsory if the supplier is engaged in interstate supply of goods, irrespective of the quantum of aggregate turnover. Threshold exemption is not available in interstate supply of taxable goods. Soft Wings is required to obtain registration as per section 24. As per 22, it is 40 lakhs. As per 22, it is 40 lakhs. But as per section 24, it is mandatory registration. Next, whether the liability to register compulsorily under 24 arrays in independent cases or not, we have to check. Meenu, a supplier in Maharashtra, exclusively engaged in supply of potatoes produced out of cultivation of her own land within Maharashtra and also outside Maharashtra. You now tell me. This is as per section 24 anta. 24. 23 or 24? Person not liable for registration. Compulsory registration won't come. Compulsory registration won't come. Compulsory registration will not come. Interstate supply, both are there. But still, agriculture produce non-taxable supply. Non-taxable supply, exempt supply. Exempt supply, non-taxable supply. Exempt supply. Okay, that's why not required. Okay. Geno Oils, Gujarat is engaged in supply of machine oils as well as petrol. Machine oils is petrol. Machine oils taxable, petrol non-taxable. Okay. Further, it provides intrastate supplies, services of refining oil to customers. The total turnover of supply of the machine oil is 10 lakhs, supply of petrol 5 lakhs, supply of services is 6 lakhs. 10 plus 5 plus 6, total how much? 21 lakhs. In which state she is operating? Geno Oils, Gujarat they are operating. What is the limit there? 40-20. Now which limit we have to see? 20 na 40 na? Why 20? Supply of services is there. That's why limit reduced to 20. Okay, 20 crossed. 20 crossed. Non-taxable supply has to be taken. Non-taxable supply has to be taken. Why? In aggregate turnover definition, exempt supply is there. In exempt supply definition, non-taxable supply is there. So that's why non-taxable supply, petroleum has to be taken. So 21, crossed 20 lakhs. That's why compulsory registration. Okay. Registration as per section 22 24 which section? 22 only. So see here, 24 provides that person making interstate taxable supply of goods are required to obtain registration compulsorily on GST law, irrespective of quantum of aggregate turnover. Okay, however, as per 23, agriculturalist to the extent of supplies of produce of cultivation is not liable for registration. Engaged in cultivation and supply of potatoes, she is not liable to registration, irrespective of the fact she is engaged in interstate supply of goods. Even though 24 clause is attracting, but still she is not required for registration as per 23. So Meenu will not be liable for registration. 24 here in the second case, 24 will be applicable. Specified categories. 24 is not applicable in the second case. 22 only will be applicable. Okay. So what is the conclusion here? Geno Oils is liable to obtain registration since its aggregate turnover is 21 lakhs, including turnover of exempt supply of petrol exceeds threshold of 20. That means 22. As per 22, they are liable for registration. Okay, and third part is there. Tilu is working as an agent. He is supplying taxable goods as an agent of TICU, who is registered taxable person, and its aggregate turnover does not exceed the applicable threshold limit during the financial year. Invoices to the customers are issued in the name of TILU. Compulsory registration, agent as per para 3 schedule 1. He is an agent as per para 3 schedule 1. That's why he is liable for registration. Under section 24, he is not liable for registration as per 22. He is liable for registration as per 24. Okay, right. Okay. So now we shall be moving to procedure for registration. Procedure for registration, section 25. Shall we continue? Up to what time? Section 25, procedure for registration. It's up to you. Yeah. We'll have a class for 4 hours in the first session. Is that okay? Tomorrow from 9:30 to 1:30 will be. Is that okay? Yeah. Now you tell me. This procedure for registration section 25. Shall we go for it? Okay. Right. We'll see it tomorrow. Okay. Procedure for registration. We have a user manual. I'll just show you. Yeah. This is the user manual for applying GST. Huh? Big screen చేద్దామా? Okay. This is just okay, fine. Yeah. Okay. This is the user manual for application of GST. That means practically how the GST registration will be made in the GST portal. That is what it is. Okay. So we have section 25 procedure for making GST registration, and prescribed rules will also be there, and prescribed procedure will also be there. Which form has to be there? So how the registration process has to happen. So likewise everything will be there here. So with the help of this manual we will have a discussion on GST registration. Okay. So in GST registration generally we have two parts, part A and part B. Two parts. So primarily when you are going for, okay, don't worry, we'll take it up tomorrow only, but at a glance, so we'll be having two parts, part A and part B. Two parts will be there. See here, while after logging into this, okay, right. See here. So after logging into this, oh, it is not downloaded. It is link. Okay. So anyway, see here we have this website www.gst.gov.in. Correct? We have this website www.gst.gov.in. Okay, so if you logging into this, if you are logging into this, so you will have this tab. Okay, Homo services, GST law, everything. In this, if you go to the drop down, you will find new registration. If you click on that, then application form will be opened. So which will be of two parts, part A and part B. So in part A, this will be there. New registration part A, this will be there. So firstly, for new registration, you have to give these details. Just you have to, whether you are a taxpayer or who you are registering, like who are you registering. Next, which state, which district, legal name of the business means what is the name on the PAN card. What is the name on the PAN card that you have to give? What is the PAN number that you have to give? Okay, email address or phone number. These are the basic details which you have to give. Okay, after giving these details, so you will be asked with this OTPs, mobile OTP and email OTP, which you have given here, no? Okay, which you have given here. Okay, so those will be which you have given here. So email address and mobile number, both you have given. So using these two, so OTP will be coming to this email address and mobile numbers. If you are providing the OTP and if you give the proceed, then a temporary registration number will be created. With these basic details itself, a registration number will be created, which is called TRN, temporary registration number. Okay, so now the part A is over. Part A is over. So now you will, with the help of TRN, you will go to the same place. Into the website, you will go to the same place. So while going there, so it will be asked the TRN number. Okay, so like this, see here. If you click on the new registration, all those details will come. What is that? You are a taxpayer, state, district, mobile number, email ID, everything will come. If you click on TRN, temporary identification number, this tab will open. What is that? Temporary registration number, captcha, you enter, proceed. To the mobile number or email ID which you have given earlier, to that mobile number OTP will come. If you enter the OTP, then it will be navigated to this thing. Okay, OTP, proceed. Then it will be navigated to this. Okay, a draft application. So now you take action. If you take action, this will be opened. See here, business details are there, promoter or partner details are there, authorized signatory details, authorized representative details, place of business, additional place of business. Okay, goods and services. That means in which goods and which services you are going to deal, which business you are going to do, state specific information, and Aadhaar authentication if you do. Aadhaar authentication you do. Lastly, verification. Verification is nothing but simple tick OTP. That's all. Okay, if you submit, then application is complete. But in this particulars, some detailed particulars will be asked. Okay, so that we will see tomorrow. Okay, with the help of this. Good morning, guys. Right, we are in the chapter registration. Okay, in this registration chapter, what we have discussed so far. In registration, what we have discussed so far. Section 22, person liable for registration. Okay. 23, person not liable for registration. Okay. 24, compulsory registration. Okay, compulsory registration. 22, 23, 24. So in 22, what we have discussed? If a supplier is there, is turnover, which turnover? Aggregate turnover, crossed generally 20 lakhs. Then he is liable for registration. It is a general provision. Okay, but whenever he is operating in special category state, turnover limit will be different with respect to services and goods. whenever state request, the state government request for the increase in the limits, the government can do so. Okay, so likewise we have different limits for different states. For MMNT, which is that Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, 10-10. Okay, for this what we call Puma T-shirt. Okay, these states 20-20. Okay, and lastly other states are there. Other states Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh. Okay, and all other states, what will be the limit? 40-20 will be the limit. Okay, if these limits crossed, registration is mandatory. Okay, next under section 24, compulsory registration we have seen. That means even though section 22 not fulfilled, okay, section 22 is not applicable, but still registration is mandatory under section 24 if it is notified under section 24. Okay, so what are those cases? You just tell me 4 or 5 cases. Interstate supply of goods, okay, other than handicraft goods, okay. So for supply of services, interstate supply of services or interstate supply of handicraft goods, okay, again aggregate turnover limit will be applicable, threshold limit will be applicable, threshold turnover applicable. Okay, next we have seen CTP, NRTP. Okay, TDS, TCS. TDS is for government, TCS is for electronic commerce operator. Okay, person supplying goods are first of all ECO has to get themselves registered. Supplier who is making supply through ECO has to get himself registered. But whenever it is a case of supplier of services, threshold limit will be again applicable. Okay, so likewise we have seen OIDR, we have seen. Okay, online money gaming. Okay, money gaming, person who is liable to make payment under reverse charge mechanism. The recipient, okay, has to get himself registered. So these are the different cases in which registration is necessary as per section 24, compulsory registration. Next, as per section 23, person not liable for registration. That means even though section 22 is being followed, okay, even though section 22 is applicable, but still they are not liable for registration. What are those cases? Section 23, exclusively, main case is exclusively exempt supply or exempt non-taxable supply. Correct? Exclusively. So if exempt supply is mixed with taxable supply, means then again this threshold limit will be coming into picture. Okay, next, agriculturist. Who is agriculturist? Who is doing cultivation, okay, with own labor, okay, or family labor, okay, or others, but supervision by family members or himself. Okay, so then he will be called as agriculturist. So irrespective of turnover limit, no registration required. Okay, along with this agriculture produce, he is producing other taxable supply, means then registration is required. Okay, we already seen this points that see, in normal states we are operating, plus we are operating in special category states, then threshold turnover will be reduced to special category state. Okay, threshold turnover. Next, when we are making exempt supply plus taxable supply, total threshold turnover will be seen. Okay, now next you are making supply of goods plus supply of services, then threshold turnover reduced to supply of services. Okay, so all this is we have seen while making right. At the same time, whenever it is a case of distinct person, okay, distinct person, in such cases you have to get registration for each such distinct person, but from such place of establishment or office, no taxable supply means no registration. No registration required. This we have seen. Okay, right. Now we are going to discuss section 25, where we need to talk about procedure for registration. Procedure for registration. Okay, so in this procedure for registration, see, generally there are two cases for registration: mandatory registration and voluntary registration. Correct? Voluntary registration, mandatory registration and voluntary registration. Okay, so mandatory registration and voluntary registration. Mandatory registration when section 22 is applicable or section 24 is applicable. Okay, then in such cases mandatory registration is required. Okay, whenever section 22 is applicable, 24 is applicable, so there will be a particular date. Okay, so date of liable for registration from this date to 30 days. Okay, so due date for application. Okay, application of registration. So within 30 days application made. Within 30 days application made. Then in such cases effective date of registration will be date of liability for registration. So that means your turnover is crossing in this date, on this date, then you are liable for registration on this date, and your registration will be effective from this date, and you can claim input tax credit on the inputs which is lying before this date, which is lying in your stock before this date. Okay, this is effective date of registration. If you are not making the application within this 30 days, okay, no application in 30 days, then what will happen? Date of grant of registration, when your registration is granted, when your registration will be granted, that will be effective date of registration. That will be effective date of registration, and you cannot claim input tax credit also. If you are applying for registration within a particular period, that is 30 days period, then only you are eligible for taking input tax credit. In case of voluntary registration, whenever your registration is granted, date of grant of registration will be your effective date. Got this? Will be your effective date. Got this? Okay, so this is what is registration requirement, that too time limit for registration requirement. Okay, right. So as per section 25, there is a procedure for registration. For making registration application, we have two parts, part A and part B. Correct? Part A and part B. In part A, what details need to be given? Simple details. Yesterday we have seen that. Okay, what are the simple details? First of all, PAN number is so much important. Okay, first of all, GST is a PAN based registration. GST is a PAN based. Upon registration, we will be allotting a GSTN. Okay, now GST identification number. So GST identification number will be 15 digits number. 15 digits. So out of this 15 digits, okay, 2 digits will be state code. 2 digits will be state code. Next 10 digits will be there, no? Next 10 digits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10 digits will be there, no? This is PAN number, permanent account number. Next 3 digits will be there. Out of this 3 digits, 2 digits will be entity code. And lastly a random digit, okay, or a checksum character which will be randomly generated. So this is what is GST number constitutes. Okay, this is state code. State code means for see, when you talk about Telangana, it is 36. When you talk about Andhra, it is 37. When you talk about Tamil Nadu, it is 33. Okay, likewise it is a state code. Okay, 36, 37, 33. Likewise, it is a state code. Right. Next, PAN number shall be there. PAN number. So the department will give you the PAN number. No? In that PAN number also 10 digits will be there. That is also alphanumeric number. Okay. Generally it is EQ, Z, F, R, 2327J. Likewise, it is there. Okay, 10 digits are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 alphabets. Next 4 numericals. Lastly 1 alphabet. Okay, in this, if you see this fifth letter will be the first name of the first letter. I mean first letter in the name. Okay, next fourth letter will be there. No, it will describe you the entity, like status of the entity, whether it is a proprietary or whether it is a firma, whether it is a company. For company it will be C, for firm it is F, for an individual it is P. So likewise fourth letter will be identifying that. Okay, will be representing that. So next 4 digits will be there. So this is the PAN number. If you know this TAN number also, you know this TAN number. TAN number is tax payers account number. Taxpayers account number. This is TAN number. So which will be given by income tax department only. Which will be given by income tax department only for deduction of TDS or collection of TDS or TCS. TDS or TCS. For deduction or collection of TDS or TCS, you will be allotted a TAN number. Whenever there is an obligation to deduct TDS or whenever obligation to collect TCS, you shall be having a TAN number. Okay, with the help of TAN number, you can you can go for TDS deduction or TCS collection. Okay, but see here, TAN number will be VP NS 56735J. Okay, so likewise it will be. So that means 4 digits will be there. 4 alphabets will be there. 5 digits will be there. Last checksum character will be there. Okay, so this is a simple difference between PAN and TAN. Okay, PAN is a permanent account number. Okay, it will be given to everyone in the country. Okay, so PAN number. But when it comes to TAN number, it will be given to only the persons who are liable for TDS and TCS. Liable for deducting TDS, liable for collecting TCS. Okay, why this discussion come here means, see, under section 24, we are telling that the person liable for collecting TCS or person liable for deducting TDS. Okay, this is section 51. This is section 52. This is applicable to ECO. This is applicable to government. Okay, so see, they have to get themselves registered in GST. In GST, these persons are also required to be registered because they have obligation to collect TDS, TCS, direct TDS, collect TCS. So that's why see, 51, 52 sections are there. So that's why they have to get themselves registered. Okay, so they have to get themselves registered with the help of TAN number. With the help of TAN number, not with the help of PAN. with the help of TAN number as a tax deductor or as a tax collector. They have to get themselves registered, not with PAN. They have to get themselves registered with TAN. So even though they are having PAN based registration, but still they will be having TAN based registration. Okay, for TDS and TCS, right? Okay, right. So we are talking about part A and part B. In part A, the main important is PAN. The main important part is PAN, which is permanent account number. Okay, validating the permanent account number. So first of all, you need to validate PAN. So that means whatever the details you are submitting now, so we are having this form correct. Just a minute, yesterday we have this now. Okay, so yesterday we have seen this. So where we are going to this website. What is the website? gst.gov.in. We are going to this website. Okay, right. So going to this website, in this services tab, we have registration, new registration. If you go to new registration, you will find this. Okay, so in this, who are you? Whether you are a taxpayer, whether you are a professional, whether you are a tax deductor or collector, whatever. Okay, state you have to mention, district, right? Legal name of the business, that means name on the PAN. Legal name means name on the PAN card. Okay, you may be doing business with whatever name it may be, so that is called trade name. See, the name, full name will not be there in the what we call name boards generally. Okay, so what is as per the Companies Act, that has to be displayed completely. That has to be name has to be displayed completely along with it is private limited, LLP na. Okay, so likewise they have to mention. But whenever it is a case of trade name, just the name which will be generally used for promoting their business, that name will be there. So which is called trade name. So trade name is different from legal name. Legal name means the complete name of the entity. Whether if it is an individual, complete name, or a firm, complete name, or a company, complete name, along with private limited LLP. Okay, the full name has to be there. That is what is legal name. So in that, the PAN is also to be mentioned. So if you are mentioning the PAN, so this will check with the income tax department. Okay, this is nothing but validation of PAN. So it will check with income tax department. So whether you are stating the correct PAN or not, correct details or not correct. So if there is any mismatch, it will not happen. This temporary registration number will not be generated. Okay, right. So PAN number will be there. Okay, email address to be given, mobile number to be given, and a CAPTCHA has to be entered. If you proceed further, so you will receive mobile and email OTPs. Okay, email OTPs. Okay, before going there, say whenever you are applying for it, okay, on such PAN, if you have any other registrations, that will be popped up here. Existing registrations or pending applications. That means on the same PAN, if you are making any other application, or on the same PAN, already existing registrations are there, means those registrations will be popped up here. So in Madhya Pradesh, application is pending. Okay, in Madhya Pradesh already one approval has received. That means one registration is already approved. Okay, in Telangana the registration got rejected. So likewise these will be popped up. These will be existing registration will be. If you don't have existing registration, see this is a state-based registration. PAN based registration, state based registration. That means if you are already having registration, means it is not that you cannot apply for another one more registration. You can apply for new registration also for a different establishment. That means distinct person. Okay, so those registration will be popped up. Okay, so after entering mobile and email OTP, it will be proceeded. Now a number will be generated which is called TRN. Okay, temporary reference number. Temporary reference number. So TRN will be generated. So using the TRN, okay, entering the captcha, you will be received what we call mobile or email OTP. Mobile or email OTP. Mobile or if you proceed further, a application will be opened here, GST RE01, which will be saved in the drafts. Okay, if you click on the action, so what shall be displayed? These will be displayed. So if you are providing these details, okay, these details, then your registration is complete. What are those details? Business details, promoter or partners details. Okay, promoter or partners details. Okay, next, authorized signatory. Who is the person responsible? Who is the person handling all these things? Authorized representative. That means any professional is there on behalf of you. Authorized representative. Next, principal place of business, where you are going to do the business, main business. Okay, additional place of business. Do you have any other godown or office or any other sale office, licensing office? Likewise, if you have any other additional place. Next, goods and services. In which business you are into? Okay, what is the HSN code of the goods? What is the SAC code of the services? State specific information. Okay, where you will be talking about jurisdiction and all. Other authentication. Okay, next, lastly, verification. So if these steps are completed properly, your application is complete in all the respects. So the query has to be, if you are making application properly, it is at the discretion of the department whether to give you registration or to ask some more queries, or to ask for some more documents, or to visit the premises and do the physical verification and then grant registration or reject registration. So that will be at the discretion of the department. Okay, so this is the procedure we need to follow here. Okay, so these details has to be filled. So what are those details? See here, business details has to be filled, promoters or partners details, authorized signatory, authorized representative, principal place of business, additional place of business, state specific information, goods and services. Okay, next, Aadhaar authentication, verification. Okay, these are the details to be filled. Okay, right. So whenever you are going for a new application, okay, in composition levy we already told you that if you want to go for a composition levy, while making the application only we will be having the option that opting for composition scheme. Yes means you can directly opt for composition levy. Otherwise, if you are opting for composition levy afterwards, after registration, if you want to apply for composition levy, that is also possible. So while making the application, this is what is part B. This is part B only, no? Part B. In the part B, you can tick. You can just select. Okay. So whenever you are selecting, these three will be applicable. See here, manufacturer. Okay. Other than manufacturer of notified goods. What are notified goods? Pan masala, tobacco products, ice cream, edible oils, these things, aerated water, salt. Suppliers making supplies referred to in clause B, that is restaurant and catering, any other suppliers. Okay, so you have to make a declaration. So if you are opting for composition levy, if you don't want to opt, you need not opt, right? So whether as a casual taxable persona, so that is also to be selected here. If you are a casual taxable person, see here, regarding casual taxable person, what we told? For casual taxable person, what we told? They have to deposit the tax in advance, we told. Okay, while making the registration only on an estimate basis, they have to make the payment of tax. And their registration is temporary, it is not for not more than 90 days. Maximum 90 days registration they can do. So that's why while making the application only, they have to make the advance payment of tax. So that's why see here, so while applying for registration as a CTP, if yes, then this will be opened, what we call estimated supplies and estimated net taxability. Okay, so what is the amount of IGST, CGST, SGST or cess you are going to make the payment? So it will generate a challan. Okay, against that challan you have to make the payment of GST for CTP. Okay, so likewise If you are an input service distributor, you have to select, okay, or else if you are corporate debtor under corporate insolvency process, you have to select. See these are the persons. So whenever you are applying, whenever there is a mandatory registration, okay, or compulsory registration, because you are making interstate supply. Liability to pay as recipient of the goods are under RCM. Transfer or succession of business, death of the proprietor, demerger, change in constitution, merger amalgamation, electronic commerce operator, selling through electronic commerce operator, voluntary basis, input service distributor, supplies on behalf of other person, that is agent, SEZ unit, SEZ developer, others, corporate debtors undergoing corporate insolvency process. So all this we have seen. Okay, so these are the options. So in what way you are applying, as a, on which status you are applying, okay, you shall indicate that. Okay, next, okay, next you will see SEZ unit. If you are applying for SEZ unit, see we have two things, SEZ unit, SEZ developer. SEZ developer. What is SEZ unit or what is SEZ developer? SEZ means special economic zone. Special economic zone. Okay, so there will be a zone which will be identified and named it as special economic zone. That space will be developed by the SEZ developers. So generally that will be a government land, so which will be developed by SEZ developers. So some strong players in the industry, so who will be allotted for that developmental rights. Okay, so they will be doing that development, SEZ developers. So in that small plots of the lands, a 2-acre plot, a 5-acre plot, a 10 acres plot will be given to small industries. Okay, so industries will be applying for a proposal that we are going to do this in this plot of land, we are going to do this, we are planning this business in this plot of land. Okay, they will come up with a proposal. So land will be allotted to them. Land will be allotted to them. So it may be on lease or it may be sale. Okay, that is what is SEZ unit. So in the SEZ area, if anyone is going and doing the business, they will be called as SEZ unit. Who is developing the SEZ? Who is making the infrastructure? Who is laying roads? So who is scaping the land? Those will be obviously called as SEZ developer. Okay, basic infrastructure is to be provided there. Okay, along with drainage, along with roads, along with electricity connections, and all basic infrastructure shall be there. After the SEZ unit is coming over there, they will develop on their own. So they will be laying the building, they will be laying the what we call other things, or electricity connections, whatever they will do. But basic infrastructure for access of the roads or drainages, everything shall be done by SEZ units. Okay, so SEZ unit is there, SEZ developers are there. Whenever you are applying as an SEZ unit or SEZ developer, so first of all, to be recognized as an SEZ unit, there shall be a letter, there shall be an authorization. So there shall be an authority who is declaring you as an SEZ. Okay, there shall be a letter to that. So that is what is called letter of approval or letter of permission. Letter of approval or letter of permission to be recognized as a SEZ unit. So who recognized you as an SEZ unit? There will be a letter or proceedings letter will be there for that. That has to be uploaded for SEZ unit and SEZ developer. Okay, right. That has to be selected and uploaded. So and at the same time, details of the SEZ has to be given. So designation of approving authority, name of the SEZ, approval order number, approval date, validity period. Okay, next letter of approval or letter of permission to be uploaded here. Next, so now coming to business details. In the part A we have given legal name. So here we are giving trade name. We are giving, let's say, proprietor business is there on my name. Okay, legal name will be my name, actual name. If I want to do business, okay, that's why Ram Enterprises. Okay, karke I want this name to be displayed. So on this name I want to do the business. So that will be the trade name. Additional trade names, if you want, you can put additional trade names. So up to seven additional trade names you can put. Right. So constitution of the business, whether it is a proprietary concern, partnership firm, company, trust, charity, whatever, that you have to select here. Next, name of the state, district, Are you applying for registration as a CTP, opting for composition? Okay, reason to obtain registration, crossing threshold we have seen why you are applying. Okay, date of commencement of business, date on which the liable to register arises. Existing registrations, if you are having, those has to be mentioned here. That means already you are having a registration, that means those has to be mentioned here, date of registration and actions. Right. So now you have to upload the document. What document means? See here, you are not doing that. You are not doing that. Those, what is that? Pan masala, tobacco, ice cream. You are not doing not doing manufacturing of these items. Karke you have to confirm here. Next, you will go to this details. Here the personal information has to be provided of the details of the proprietor, details of the partners, or details of the director or managing director. So these details has to be given. Name has to be given, father name, date of birth, mobile number, email ID, okay, gender and phone number. What is the designation in the company or firm or proprietary concern? Okay, if he is a director, director identification number, citizenship has to be given, PAN, Aadhaar number and passport number has to be given. Okay, residential address has to be marked here. Okay, address has to be mentioned, all the address. Okay, so all this, if there two partners or three partners are there, all the details of the partner has to be mentioned here. So where, in which column? Promoters and partners. Okay, promoters and partners. Now moving to authorized signatory, but before that we have to upload the photographs. Okay, we have to upload the photographs. At the same time, we have to upload the basic KYC documents, like it may be PAN, it may be Aadhaar card, and likewise. Okay, so if the promoter or the partners are authorized signatory, that means a proprietor is there. Proprietor is the person who is the authorized signatory, who is responsible for applying for registration, who will be receiving the notices, who will be handling and responding to the notices. If a point of contact is such person means, then you can tick here. So if you are ticking here means automatically these details will be coming here. You just have to edit there, that's all. Okay, right. So next, save and continue means details of the proprietor and all we came now. Next, personal information. Right. Whenever there are the details insufficient, error may occur. We have to re-enter. Next, moving on to authorized signature. Just a minute. Now we are here, partner or proprietor details. See, if these details are not entered properly means, again an error may occur. It will be coming back again. Okay, location also to be identified correctly. Geolocation, geotagging. All this is that only. Now moving on to authorized signatory. Just see here, we are moving to authorized signatory here. So primary authorized signatory, if you are ticking here. Next, name of the person, name of the father, date of birth, same details which are asked to him, asked to promoters. So gender, everything will be entered. Designation, identification number, PAN, residential address. Okay, along with the photograph, everything upload has to be done. Details of the proof of authorized signatory. Proof of authorized signatory means obviously what shall be the proof? If it is a firm, partners of the firm or managing partner of the firm has to authorize one person. Okay, as authorize this person as the authorized signatory, that he is the person from our firm who is handling GST registration. He has to authorize. So that will be the proof which shall be attached here. Okay, so that means on the letterhead of the firm or on the letterhead of the company, a board resolution has to be passed. Okay, likewise, so that proof has to be attached here. Okay, and this has to be notarized also. Notarized. You know this notary, no? Notary, right. Next, you have to upload the photograph and all. Right, after going to authorized signatory, you have to mention this representative details. Authorized representative. Generally, authorized representative means a professional. Authorized representative means a professional. So professionals detail has to be mentioned here. Right. Do you have any authorized representative? If it is yes, then if he is a GST practitioner, GST practitioner's enrollment ID has to be mentioned. Others means you can give the details of the person, designation, mobile number, email address of that person, PAN, Aadhaar number of that person. Okay. So then you can save and continue. Now moving on to principal place of business. So where you are doing the business, that has to be identified. Okay, that has to be located properly. So along with pin code, state, district, city, village, road, street, building number, flat number. Okay, name of the premises if it is there, building name if it is there. Okay, then state jurisdiction, state jurisdiction. So jurisdiction will be there, no? So that means GST jurisdiction will be there. That jurisdiction has to be selected here. That means to which ward you are coming, to which circle you are coming, likewise. So same is the case with central jurisdiction. That also has to be selected here. Next, see, you are talking about principal place of business. Okay, so principal place of business may be nature of possession, that you are owning the premises, or it is taken on rent, it is leased, or sometimes it is of others only, but others has given consent to do the business here. So consent, whatever, so that has to be selected in the drop down. Okay, what is the type of premises, what is the nature of possession? That means you are taken on rent, you are taken on lease, you have owned the premises, what is that you have to select. And then so see, if it is rented premises, then you have to upload the rental agreement. Leased premises, lease deed has to be uploaded. So likewise, proof of principal place of business has to be uploaded. So whenever it is a case of owned premises, see, generally son is doing the business, the premises will be on the name of the father. Premises will be on the name of the father, correct? Okay, so in such cases, father has to give consent that son is going to do the business. For this business, I don't have any objection to do such business in my premises. There shall be a no objection certificate. So that has to be uploaded here. So proof of principal place of business. So that has to be uploaded. At the same time, in order to prove the ownership and in order to prove the actual address, we shall be uploading this property tax receipt. Okay, property tax receipt, electricity bill, in which the door number will be mentioned, property tax receipts on which the ownership details will be mentioned. Okay, property tax receipt, electricity bill. So these will be the proofs for ownership, and these will be the proofs for address. So address proof is important here, ownership is also important here. At the same time, nature of the premises, how you are owning the premises, like how you are getting the premises, on a lease or on a rent or on a like on a consent basis you are getting actually you are the owner, that has to be known. So that's why you have to select all this, right? You got this point? So here we need property tax receipt. Okay, here we need property tax receipt, electricity bill, rental agreement. Okay, consent letter, that means no objection. So in this premises you are going to do this business means, so the owner has to accept that you are going to do this business in this premises. Without the acceptance of the owner, you cannot move further. Everything has to be notarized except this property tax receipt and electricity bills. These are the bills given by the government only. Except these bills, rental agreement or consent letter or NOC. Okay, NOC. I already told this authorized letter, authorized signatory giving authorization to a particular person. So all this has to be notarized, and properly stamped. Properly, see, if it is rental agreement means it shall be made on a 100 rupees stamp paper. Okay, so likewise it shall be properly stamped. Okay, and it is properly drafted and properly notarized. If anything is missing means they will not accept. Even you see, if it is a rental agreement, so on every page it has to be signed. If it is a, let's say, constitution of the business is there. If it is a partnership firm, obviously you have to upload partnership deed there. So in partnership deed, on every page of the partnership deed, you have to all the partners has to sign. On every page of the partnership deed, all the partners has to sign. At the same time, if it is a partnership deed, 600 rupees stamp paper, that is 600 rupees is the stamp paper. Okay, 600 rupees stamp paper has to be taken. 600 rupees stamp papers has to be taken. On that you have to draft the partnership deed, and it shall be notarized. So if all these are if it is complete in all these respects, then only it will be accepted. That will be uploaded, that will be seen. So if it is deficient, they will serve you the notice. They will serve you the notice. They will raise the query. Okay. So these details are required for principal place of business. Okay. See, for constitution or business details, so whether it is a proprietary, whether it is a partnership firm, so likewise, if it is a company, means certificate of incorporation from MCA, MOA, AOA. So those are the documents required there. Okay, based on the constitution, business details are required. So now we are talking about principal place of business. So principal place of business means how you are owning it. So whether it is your own premises, or it is taken on lease, or it is rented, or it is your father's or mother's or your parents only, but it is given on consent basis. There is no objection for them to do the business, you doing the business in the premises. So likewise you have to give. So these are the things which has to be uploaded. So it may be property tax, electricity bill, okay, consent letter notarized, rental agreement, and what we call consent letter is there, rental agreement is there, and sometimes if it is a own premises, then these details, property tax like kind of thing. So those has to be given. At the same time, here you will tell this nature of business. Nature of business from such a place, from such a principal place of business. What is that principal place of business? Whether it is a warehouse, it is a factory or manufacturing location, it is a leasing business or retail business or works contract or EOU. EOU means export oriented unit or what, import, office or sale officer, warehouse, others, export, supply of service, recipient of goods or service, wholesale business. What you are doing from such premises has to be mentioned here. What you are doing from such premises. And if you are having additional place of business, this shall be yes. Okay, if you are having additional place of business, then you have to make a mention of that also as additional place of business, and address has to be marked here, okay, along with all the details, along with the door number, everything, and jurisdiction has to be selected anyway, right? Okay, after doing this, it will be moved to additional place of business. If you are having additional place of business, how many places are there, that you have to mention, and then you have to add all those addresses. All those addresses you have to add. Okay, right? So, and if you that additional, for same thing, for that additional place of business also, how you are owning, whether it is owned, rented, lease, so likewise. So those documents has to be uploaded, and from there, from that additional place, what you are going to do. It is a warehouse, it is manufacturing activity you are carrying out there, it is a factory, or it is office, or it is export unit, or what it is, that has to be mentioned along with geotagging and everything. Okay, so now we are moving to this part where you are going to select the goods and services. Okay, goods and services means what you are going to do in your business, like you are doing services business or goods business. If you are doing goods business, or if you are doing services business, HSN codes and SCSs, HSN SCSs has to be mentioned. Top 5 HSN codes, top 5 products has to be mentioned here. See, if you click on goods, name or code, okay, so if you type the description of the goods, code may be popped up, or if you know the code directly, you can type the code. Okay, likewise you have to identify 5 different products, top 5 different products in which you are going to deal. Okay, same is the case with this thing also, goods, services also. For services also, in the drop down, if you go here in the drop down, SAC codes will be there. Okay, so SAC codes shall be identified and selected. So top 5 services you shall specify. So then save and continue. Okay, right. Now moving on to state specific information. So state specific information means principal place of business, name of the possession. State specific information means if you are having any registrations in the state, like so if you have electricity connection, okay, so there shall be a identification number, there shall be a service number in the electricity bill. That service number has to be mentioned, at least one. If you are having a professional tax registration, so PT, professional tax, it is a state registration, no? So state registration, then PT enrollment number has to be mentioned. That means with the particular state government, what are the registrations you are having? It may be electricity connection, or it may be professional tax registration, or it may be state excise license, whatever you are having with the state government. Okay, whatever the license you are having with the state government, whatever the registration you are having the state government, so that has to be mentioned here. See, if you are in name of the electricity board or unit, and CA, that means customer account number, okay, electricity consumption number, which is nothing but service number. Electricity service number has to be mentioned. If you are having professional tax registration, then PT enrollment ID or PT employee code has to be mentioned. Okay, PT certificate. So likewise, state specific registrations, if you have, that has to be added here. Okay, and that has to be added. And lastly, we have to go for Aadhaar authentication. Aadhaar authentication, which is the most important crucial step here. So Aadhaar authentication will identify the particular person who is applying for registration. By Aadhaar only, see, entity means they cannot trace. So if it is a partnership firm, it is a company, since they are artificial bodies, okay, nobody can talk to them, nobody can issue, or so only the person who will be representing such entities. So in order to identify such persons, Aadhaar authentication is must. In order to identify the person who is responsible for applying for registrations, who is doing the registrations, Aadhaar authentication is must. Okay, so that's why, see, if Aadhaar authentication is not there, means we are not required to give, we are not we cannot be traced whenever you are applying for on behalf of a company, whenever you are applying on behalf of a trust, charity, or a firm, so you will not be traced. So that's why Aadhaar authentication, at least for a particular person, whether it may be authorized person, whether it may be a promoter, or whether it may be a partner or proprietor, or whether it may be director or managing director or whole-time director in a company. So those persons are mandatorily required to get themselves registered, get themselves authenticated with the help of Aadhaar. Okay, so Aadhaar authentication is must. So whenever these promoters are there, no, and primary authorized signatory and designation will be popped up. So so at least one person has to be authenticated here. Okay, Aadhaar authentication has to be made. So if you are going for Aadhaar authentication, then only your registration process will be complete in all respects. If you are not opting for Aadhaar authentication, then also you will get registration, but subject to physical verification of the premises, subject to physical verification of the documents, department will come to you. See, even after Aadhaar authentication also, Aadhaar authentication is there. Aadhaar authentication. Okay, opted for Aadhaar authentication. In such cases, registration granted, may be granted, or physical verification may happen based on the documents provided. Okay, risk will be analyzed. Okay, in which area you are going to do the business. Okay, in which products you are going to deal. Those details are already provided, no? Based on that, risk analysis will be made by the department. Data analysis will be made by the department. Based on the data and risk parameters, they will come to a conclusion that there is a risk involved here in it. That's why we need to visit the premises. We have to see the premises. We have to know about the promoters. We have to check whether the promoters are actually existing or not. So we have to go and talk to them. Karke, they can make a analysis. Okay. So if they want, they can go for physical verification. So whenever after Aadhaar authentication, we cannot say that Aadhaar authentication is done, no, registration shall be granted karke, there is no such provision. So after Aadhaar authentication, registration may be granted without physical verification. If the department feels based on the risk parameters, they can come and visit. They can come and physical verify. So if you are not opting for Aadhaar authentication, not opted for Aadhaar authentication, in such cases, compulsorily physical verification will be made. Aadhaar authentication is opted means there is a chance for physical verification and there is a chance for direct registration. Okay, direct registration without physical verification. Okay, whenever they are not opting for Aadhaar authentication, compulsorily physical verification will be carried out. Physical verification will be carried out. So that is the importance of Aadhaar authentication. So even in case of see, not for proprietor Aadhaar authentication is necessary, it is for the firm also necessary, it is for company also it is necessary, it is for any trust or any other body is it is also necessary. So even in firm the managing partner has to do. Okay, in company managing director has to do, or whole time director has to do. So these are the persons required to get Aadhaar authentication done. Okay, Aadhaar authentication is nothing but simply a link will be coming to your mail ID. That's all. If you click on the link and you are applying for registration, you have to check a box, and then you have to enter your Aadhaar number. A number will be a OTP will be served to your Aadhaar linked mobile number. So entering that OTP there, Aadhaar authentication will be completed. Simply you are authenticating like you are the person who is applying for registration. That has to be verified. That's all. Okay, so this is what is Aadhaar authentication, and that too it is mandatory. So if you are, and if you don't want to do Aadhaar authentication, then registration process will be delayed. So once if you are making the Aadhaar authentication, whenever the Aadhaar authentication is done, that is the date of making the application. The Aadhaar authentication can be done within a period of 15 days after entering all these details. Okay, after making the application, within 15 days, Aadhaar authentication can be done. If it is done on a first day or second day, Aadhaar authentication done means whenever the Aadhaar authentication is completed, that is the effective date of application for registration. If Aadhaar authentication is not made, it cannot be considered that application is complete in all the respects. So that is the prominence of Aadhaar authentication. After making Aadhaar authentication, verification is there. See here, these are the persons who is liable for Aadhaar authentication. If it is a proprietary, authorized signatory, nature of person, proprietor or authorized signator, Aadhaar authentication required only one proprietor plus primary authorized signatory. If he is the both proprietor and authorized signatory both are one, means Aadhaar authentication is enough for proprietor. Next, partnership firm means partner and authorized signatory. HF means karta and authorized signatory. Company means one director and primary authorized signatory. Next, company foreign limited means primary authorized signatory and a person in charge in India. LLP means designated partners, one partner only, and authorized signatory. Society, club, trust, association of persons means one member and authorized signatory, and others means one person and authorized signatory. Okay, in all these cases, if authorized signatory is the same person, okay, same as director, same as a partner, like same as a proprietor, then it is also enough. Right, so if Aadhaar authentication is done, the application is complete in all the respects. And next, see here, after Aadhaar authentication, you can go for verification. Where just a minute. Yeah, see here, this is the verification where you have to check this declaration. Okay, all the details provided are true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Authorized signatory, place. So you shall be verifying with using DSC, digital signature. You know this digital signature? Okay, digital signature, a pen drive like token will be there. Using that token, you will say sign digitally. So that means physical signature won't be there. You will sign digitally. Okay, using the password, right? So that will be encrypted. Based on all your KYC documents, based on all your verification. For issuing digital signature, there will be there shall be a video verification where you will be doing a selfie video stating that I am this so and so person, I am having this PAN, I am having this Aadhaar, my PAN is this, my Aadhaar is this, that you have to show in the video. Okay, that in that video, and you are going to, and I'm applying for DSC, please, what we call, this is my application ID, please approve karke. So there shall be a video, self video, that has to be uploaded. After verification of such video only, you will be given what we call digital signature. Okay, so that digital signature will be there. So digital signature, all the KYC documents will be taken, so a signature will be generated for you, digital signature will be generated. So using the digital signature and by putting the password, so that will be given, digital signature will be issued, so that you can sign anywhere on any document digitally, so without physical signature. So that digital signature is mandatory if it is a case of company. Okay, if it is a case of others, they can go for EVC. EVC means electronic verification code, which is nothing but again OTP. Okay, so if you are entering this, if you are going for this, you are entering this, then it is enough that you are verifying it. So if verification is done, means application is complete in all the respects. Okay, so this is how we go for registration. See, after making the application for registration, it is not that the department is directly going to give you the registration. Okay, so they may ask you some queries also. They may ask you some queries, like you can see here. There is a company that there is an application which we made. Okay, which we made. So regarding this, they have raised these queries. This is form registration 03. We are making the application in form GST REC 01. Okay, they are raising the queries. So what the notice for seeking additional information while giving application. So they are giving you notice for asking additional information. We have provided all the details which they have asked in the application, which we have seen so far. Okay, so now they want some clarification or need some additional information and document relating to application for registration. Okay, so this they have served a notice. Application reference number is this thing. That means while submitting the application, a number will be generated. Application number will be generated. That is what is called application reference number. Okay, so regarding that application reference number, you have this query. Okay, you have this query. So this is with reference to your registration application filed with this reference number, dated so and so. Department has examined your application and is not satisfied with for the following reasons. So these are the reasons they have raised queries. So what they are telling, principal place of business is there, no? So in that, what is the nature of possession? Okay, so in that you have specified others. So the applicant declared the possession of the principal place of business is leased. Accordingly, you uploaded the property tax receipt and electricity bill as a proof of documents without rental agreement. So they have selected lease, but without rental agreement they have uploaded. Okay, rental agreement shall be uploaded. So therefore the applicant, sometimes we may upload, but they may not see and raise the query. Okay, so whatever, so for all the queries which they have raised, we have to give point wise explanation and point wise reasons. Okay, point wise reply we have to give. So therefore the application requested that if the leased period below 1 year, upload the original latest notarized rental agreement along with the schedule of property. See, you know the difference between lease deed and rental agreement. So if you are going for rental agreement up to 11 months, that means period of the agreement is valid for 11 months, then it need not be registered. If you are entering more than 11 months, then it shall be registered. Okay, na? So if you are going for this, you have to get it registered. So that has to be mentioned. So lease period above 1 year, upload the registered rental agreement which is registered with the stamps and registration department. So this is what they additionally want. Okay, that is one thing. And principal place of business documents uploaded. Okay, please provide the following details of the owners of the principal place of business and 2 witnesses. Okay, they want the documents of the owner. Okay, so copy of the Aadhaar of the owner, contact details of the owner, copy of the PAN card if any. Upload the latest property tax receipt or electricity bill of the principal place of business with door number and owner name mentioned in the receipt. This is what they query. Whatever they are asking for, if you are providing those details, then it will be enough. So they will, based on the information which we are additionally providing, they may grant for registration. You got this? Okay, so after filing this clarification, they may issue registration or Without satisfying means they will reject the application of registration. Okay, so after this you will be allotted a registration certificate which will be like this. So this is GST REG 06, which is a registration certificate. That is nothing but GST registration certificate. Okay, so if you go to a particular shop, any shop, so you can find this registration certificate in a frame, and it will be displayed on the back, like at the prominent place or at the reception or at the boards. Likewise they will do. So this is what is registration certificate, GST registration certificate. So here the legal name is there, legal name will be there. Legal name means name on the PAN card, correct? Trade name will be there, additional trade names if any. Okay, what is the constitution, what is the address of the principal place, if any additional places are there, that will be mentioned here, and date of when they are liable for registration and when they are getting them the so if it is voluntary registration, liability of registration, date of liability won't be there, voluntary registration. And period of validity, there is no, this is like there is no such validity period, that once you are getting it registered it will be continued. Okay, type of registration, regular, composition dealer, and particulars for approving. Okay, particulars for of approving, it may be sometimes the application may be, see, it is administered by both the central government and state government. Okay, correct? GST will be administered by central and state. Sometime application will be going to central government department, center, CGST people, or sometimes it may go to SGST people. Who is approving it, state or center? Either. So even if it is approved by the state also, it doesn't matter. Okay, on the based on validity, so there will not be any change. Okay, based on the authority or authenticity or validity, it will not be changed. Like it is a signature, it is digitally verified. Okay, right, name, designation and jurisdiction officer. Okay, see here who is the officer who is issuing the certificate. Okay, date of issue of certificate, and see GST identification number, this is the number, GST identification number, this is the number, and legal name. Okay, what is the legal name and trade name? Next, obviously legal name, trade name will be displayed in the third page along with the managing and authorized partner details. Since it is a partnership firm, all these details will be given. So first partner, second partner details are given along with their photographs. So 3 pages document it will be. 3 pages document it will be. Got it? The main certificate is this one only, first one. Remaining 2 pages are annexes. Got this? Okay. So this is about the procedure for application of registration. Procedure for application of registration. So now we will move to the provisions. Okay. Section 25, what it is telling and all. Right. We'll see the process at a glance now. See here, procedure for registration, which we already seen in the manual, user manual. Procedure for registration, part 1 will be there. Okay, part 1 will be there, which is nothing but part A of form GST REG 1. Okay, where every person liable to get registered and person seeking voluntary registration, liable for registration or voluntary registration, whatever, shall before applying for registration declare his permanent account number. Correct? In the first page, in the part A, what we are giving? PAN number we are giving. That is the main thing, validation of PAN. And state or union territory in part A of form GST REG 01 on GST common portal. First one, PAN is validated online by common portal from CBDT. Central Board of Direct Taxes database, CBDT, income tax database. PAN will be validated because it is issued by department, CBDT only, and is also verified through separate OTPs sent to PAN linked mobile number and email address. Okay, now temporary reference number will be generated, TRN will be generated and communicated to the applicant, okay, on the validated mobile number and email address. TRN will be generated and communicated. So once the TRN is generated and communicated, using the TRN, applicant shall electronically submit application in part B. Okay, how? Using the TRN, he will be logging into the system www.gst.gov.in. In that services tab will be there, in that registration will be there, in that if he is applying for temporary registration number, that has to be given. Okay, so after entering that, application will be opened up, okay, asking the details of business, asking the details of promoters, partners, asking the details of authorized signatory, next authorized signatory, next principal place of business, authorized signatory, next authorized representative, principal place of business, additional place of business, goods and services, state specific information, other authentication, verification. These details will be asked. Okay, so part B of the application contains the details such as constitution of business, jurisdiction, option for composition, date of commencement of business, reason to obtain registration, why you are applying. Okay, whether it you are compulsorily registered as per voluntary registration or crossing threshold limit, input service distributor, tax collector, taxpayer, whatever. Address of principal place of business, nature of activity. Okay, whether it is goods or services. If it is goods, what are those goods? What are those services out there? In details of additional place, details of bank account. But bank account details can be provided later after making the registration. Details of authorized signatory, Aadhaar authentication, etc. These details will be given in part B. Okay, part A, PAN just validation of PAN. Part B, all these details will be provided. On receipt of such application, an acknowledgement in the prescribed form shall be issued to the applicant electronically. Acknowledgement means an ARN will be generated. Application reference number will be generated. A casual taxable person applying for registration gets a TRN for making an advance deposit of tax. For CTP we have seen, no, IGST, CGST, challan will be opened up. Okay, challan will be generated. In this electronic cash ledger, and an acknowledgement is issued only after the said deposit. ARN will be generated only after making the payment. Application shall be forwarded to the proper officer. Application will be forwarded to proper officer is nothing but GST officer. Okay, generally the assistant commissioner or the superintendent who will look after that. The procedure after the receipt of application by the proper officer is depicted in part 2, where here you see you can rotate. This can be rotated. Screen cannot be rotated. Okay, right. We'll see like this. So part 2, where the proper officer examine the application and accompanying documents. So after making application, what will be done? Right. Right. So what are the details provided in the application are, if the same are found in the order, this cannot be rotated. Do you know this? How to rotate? Yes. Okay. So proper officer examines the application and and accompanying documents, that whatever the documents we have provided, he will examine. Now, if the same are found in order, those are correct. In such cases, what will happen? Registration granted within 7 working days from the date of submission of the application without site verification. Okay, may be granted, not shall be granted. May be granted. Okay, may be given. Okay, if the applicant, that too, if the applicant successfully validates his Aadhaar authentication, that means if Aadhaar authentication done, then there is a chance for registration within 7 working days. Got it? Aadhaar authentication done. Right. If the same are found in order, registration is granted within 30 days of application after verification of the site and prescribed documents. So even after all the documents are correct, but still he can go for site verification, where the applicant fails to undergo Aadhaar authentication or does not opt for Aadhaar authentication. Does not opt for Aadhaar authentication or fails to Aadhaar authentication means see, application made, you have opted for Aadhaar authentication. Time limit is 15 days. Within 15 days of making the application, you can go for Aadhaar authentication. Within this 15 days, you have not done the Aadhaar authentication. That is what is Aadhaar authentication not done. Not opted for Aadhaar authentication. In both the cases, what will be done? Okay, where the proper officer is deems fit to carry out a site verification, where a person who has undergone Aadhaar authentication is identified on the common portal based on the data analysis and risk parameters to carry out the site verification. Got it? So registration will be granted in 7 days when if the successful application is made and Aadhaar authentication is done. That means in such cases, officer is having the power to grant the registration within a period of 7 days. That can be done also. Even all the documents are correct. It is true in every respect. Registration may be granted in 30 days. Okay. But still site verification may be carried out. It is not that if you are doing Aadhaar authentication, it shall be granted in 7 days or it shall be granted in 30 days. Okay, Aadhaar authentication done also, if the proper officer wants to come and visit the physical verification can be done, means it can be done by sending some inspector. Okay, GST inspector. So why it shall be done like that means based on the data analysis and risk parameters. That means from where you are doing business, what business you are going to do. So your name may be identified that you have done some defaults earlier. Okay, you may be connected with a particular group of companies where such a company is a defaulted company. Okay, likewise based on such risk parameters or data analysis. So if the officer wants to come and verify, they can verify. Sometimes it is a home address. It is not an office only. It is not a place which is fit for business. Sometimes that address won't be there. Okay, so likewise they can come and verify. Even after Aadhaar authentication also. If Aadhaar authentication done also, they will come and verify. Aadhaar authentication not done also, they will come and verify. If Aadhaar authentication done also, if they are feeling to come, they will come and verify. Okay, so right within that 30 days. See, if the proper officer when the documents are found not in order, okay, documents are not in order, not found correct or not in order, that means they will send a clarification, which we have seen. Clarification notice will be served. Okay, proper officer issues notice thereby seeking clarification or information or documents from the applicant electronically. That means they will ask for some more documents. Okay, so if the applicant has furnished the clarification or the information or the documents within 7 days time from the receipt of the notice, after receiving such notice, if you are applying, if you are again you are replying to such clarification, providing the details which have asked for in the clarification notice. Okay, and the proper officer is satisfied with it. Okay, proper officer will grant registration within 7 days from the date of receipt of information. So you will give the reply to the notice, no? After such reply, within 7 days from the date of reply, you will be granted a registration certificate. So if not, if the proper officer is not satisfied, the proper officer is having the power to reject the registration application. Okay, this is one thing. And the proper officer issues notice thereby seeking clarification, information, documents from the applicant electronically within 30 days from the application submission date. Okay, within application submitted date. So where the proper officer fails to undergo, where a person fails to undergo Aadhaar authentication does not opt for Aadhaar authentication, where proper officer deems it fit to carry out the site verification, where a person who has undergone Aadhaar authentication is identified on the common portal based on the data analysis and risk parameters to carry out the site verification. So within this 30 days, so all this can be done. Site verification then can be done, physical verification can be done. Okay, right. So proper officer will issue a clarification notice. Right. So within the 70, if the clarification is correct, if it is replied correctly, within the 7 days from such reply, so within 7 days from such reply, you can also go for what we call the registration may be granted by the proper officer. So clarification includes modification, correction of a particular declared in the application for registration other than PAN, state mobile number, email address and all. Okay, so this is what is the process of registration. Next, deemed approval of application. You see, if the proper officer fails to take any action in the following cases within stipulated time. Okay, sometimes it is 7 days, sometimes it is 30 days. So the application for the grant of registration shall be deemed to have been approved. That means proper officer is not taking action. Taking action means either he may grant registration, he may ask for some more documents or clarification, or he may reject the registration. But before rejecting the registration application, he shall serve a notice, like he shall ask for clarification. He shall serve a show cause notice. Okay, why your registration not be rejected karke, he shall serve a show cause notice. So likewise, without show cause notice, they cannot directly reject. Right, officer is having such power. So officer has not taken any action, that is not rejecting it, not giving clarification notice, or not approving the application. In such cases, deemed registration provision will be applicable, which is under section 26, deemed approval of the application, section 26. So time limit will be see here. In cases where the person is covered in B above, what is B here? All the documents are correct. Registration is granted within 30 days of the application after verification of the site and the prescribed documents. So in this 30 days, registration shall be granted. All the documents are correct. Registration shall be granted, but based on the site verification. Okay, registration can be granted, but it has not done. It has not done by the officer. In such cases, within a period of 30 days, if from the date of submission of the application, within 30 days, if the registration is not granted, means then it shall be treated that it is deemed approved. So in the cases covered in A above, what is the cases covered in A above? You see here, registration granted within 7 days from the date of submission of application without site verification if the applicant successfully validate his Aadhaar authentication. Aadhaar authentication validated correctly. After Aadhaar authentication also, as per the data analysis and risk parameters, as per the analysis made by the department, okay, there will be some softwares they will be using. Okay, so based on the data analysis and risk parameters, it is not it is not noted that the person's the physical verification shall be carried out. In such cases, within 7 days, registration can be given. Okay, right. So if the registration is not given within such 7 days, then obviously deemed registration. Okay, so in cases stated in A above, deemed registration. Okay, within a period of 7 days, if it is not given, then it is deemed registration. In cases covered in C above, what is the C cases here? That means proper officer is issuing for clarification. Okay, while issuing clarification notice within a period of 7 days, you have given a reply to such clarification. So after giving such reply, within 7 days from the date of such reply, registration shall be granted or it shall be rejected. Neither registration is given nor it is rejected. In such cases, deemed registration. Within 7 days from the date of receipt of clarification, information or documents furnished by the applicant. So this is the case of deemed registration in 7 days. You got this, sir? Okay, right. So whenever you are making application in part A and part B of GST REC 01, what is part A? Where you are validating your PAN mainly. You will be providing all the basic details. What is the state, whether you are a taxpayer, mobile number, email address, and what is this PAN. Okay, so after validating the PAN from the CBDT, you will be generated a TRN number, temporary reference number. Using this temporary reference number, you will be logging into the system or common portal, and then you will be submitting the application. While submitting the application, you will be asked these details. What are those details? A business information will be provided, partners or promoters details will be provided. Next, authorized signatory details will be provided, authorized representative if you have, those details to be mentioned. Goods, place of business, additional place of business, goods and services what you are going to deal with, and other authentication and state specific information, other authentication and verification has to be done. So if you are doing all these things, if you are providing all the documents regarding the principal place of business, regarding the constitution of the business, regarding this ownership of the property, okay, regarding the possession of the property, like it may be rental agreement, like it may be electricity bill, or it may be property tax. If all these details are mentioned correctly, then your application is complete. But Aadhaar authentication is mandatory. Aadhaar authentication shall be done. If it is a case of firm, it shall be done by partner. If it is a company, it shall be done by the director. So likewise, there will be a person responsible for making Aadhaar authentication along with the authorized signatory. If Aadhaar authentication is done properly, in such cases, registration may be granted in 7 days. If it is not under risk parameters. Okay, data analytics will be made, risk parameters will be calculated. If it is not covered under some risk parameters, then within 7 days, if Aadhaar authentication is done. Whenever you are doing Aadhaar authentication, for doing Aadhaar authentication, you will be given 15 days time. If within 15 days time you are doing Aadhaar authentication, means on which date you are doing Aadhaar authentication, that will be the date of your application. From such date onwards, 7 days will be taken. From such date, 7 days will be taken. So within this 7 days, registration may be granted. Within this 7 days, registration may be granted. So if successfully validates his Aadhaar authentication and no risk parameters, 7 days registration will be given. So if risk parameters are there or Aadhaar authentication not done, okay, fails to undergo Aadhaar authentication within 15 days, Aadhaar authentication not done, or not opted for Aadhaar authentication, proper officer go for site verification. Okay, or Aadhaar authentication done, but based on the risk, data analysis and risk parameters, physical verification made. So in such cases, in 30 days, registration has to be granted. So if not, at least a clarification notice has to be served. Clarification notice has to be served. So seeking for additional information or seeking for clarification. In such cases, within 7 working days from the date of submission of from the application submission date, a clarification shall be asked. So if within 7 working days it is asked, and within 7 days from the date of such reply, within 7 days from the date of such clarification, reply has been filed means, and the proper officer is satisfied means, then registration may be granted. If he is not satisfied means, within 7 days it shall be rejected. If within this 7 days either rejection not done, either grant of application not done means, it is deemed registration. Okay, next, in case in some cases Aadhaar authentication fails to undergo Aadhaar authentication and opt for not opted for Aadhaar authentication, okay, or physical verification is necessary. In such cases, 30 days is the time limit for clarification. Okay, right. So with this, the procedure for registration is over, but deemed registration means it may be 7 days or 30 days based on the varies from case to case basis. Generally, in case of Aadhaar authentication done, no physical verification required, deemed registration is 7 days. If it is not made within 7 days, it shall be deemed. If it is not made within 30 days, it shall be deemed that registration is granted. So this is what is the procedure for registration as per section 25 and 26, where we are talking about deemed approval. Okay, now we will see the statutory provisions. Statutory provisions for registration. Okay, simply we will at a glance we will go. See here in section 25 subsection 1, what it is given: every person liable to be registered under 22 or 24, person liable for registration or mandatory registration, compulsory registration, shall apply for registration. Okay, in every such state, okay, in which he is liable within 30 days from the date on which he becomes liable for registration. So that means within 30 days he shall apply for registration. Next, if he is a casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person, he shall apply for registration when he shall apply 5 days before, at least 5 days prior to the commencement of the business. Okay, next, in case of special economic zone unit developer or unit SEZ unit holder, okay, SEZ unit or SEZ developer, See, if he is having only a unit in SEZ, that means you don't have any other place of business. Okay. See, other than SEZ unit, you don't have any other place. Then he shall be registering SEZ unit only. If he is having other place, see, that is SEZ is also part of India, other place is also part of India. SEZ in the city, okay, other than the SEZ, we have the other establishment in the city. That means we are not in the same city, you have two different establishments. See, whenever you are having a unit in SEZ and other unit or establishment in the city limits, not in SEZ, in such cases you should be having registrations in two different places. That SEZ unit has to be registered and other unit has to be registered. See here, okay, this is SEZ. Okay, in this a unit is there, in this a unit is there, this is other than SEZ, in this a unit is there. Okay, here is a unit, here is a unit, two separate unit. This is SEZ unit, this is domestic unit, other than SEZ unit. Okay, so in such cases, here the registration is required, here the registration is required. Both the cases registration is required. So if you are just having only SEZ unit, then here in SEZ unit registration is enough. Okay, that is what is this thing. Next, whenever you are making supply from territorial waters, okay, in such cases you shall be registering in the nearest coastal state. Okay, what is the nearest coastal state? In such state you shall be having a registration. Next, single registration in a state or union territory, it shall be granted provided that a person having multiple places of business in the state may be granted separate registration. Okay, in a same state you have different establishment or different places of business. For each such state, for each such a place of business, you will be granted a separate registration if you want, or else you can go with a single registration. A person, though not liable to be registered under 22 or 24, may be granted registration. That means it is nothing but voluntary registration. Okay, in one we are talking about general registration as per 22 or 24. Okay, CTP and NRTP has to be registered before, at least 5 days before. Okay, and in SEZ unit and SEZ developers, they have to register for every unit. Okay, every unit means for SEZ unit also, for other units also. And whenever different multiple places of business are there in a same city or same state, they can go for one registration. If they want, they can go for separate registration. All these points we know. And third point is that whenever he is not liable for 22 and 24, that means he is not liable for registration only, but still go for registration. That is what is called voluntary registration. Okay, go for voluntary registration. Next, a person who has obtained or required to obtain more than one registration. That means required to obtain means when in different states, operating in different states. Okay, or obtained registration means when is not required. First of all, that means in the same city having different places of business, for each place of business he is obtaining separate registration. So whenever he is obtaining like that, okay, or required to obtain, then in such cases he will be called as distinct persons or treated as distinct persons. That means as per 25 subsection 4, distinct person. Okay, next, person who has obtained or required to obtain registration in state or union territory in respect of any establishment as an establishment in another state or union territory, then such establishment shall be treated as establishment of distinct person. That means you are establishing establishment in one state, other establishment in another state. Both such establishments will be establishments of distinct person. Next, see, whenever every person shall have a PAN issued under IT Act in order to be eligible for grant of registration. That means you shall be having a PAN for applying for registration. Okay, whenever you are as per liable under section 51, liable under section 52, okay, tax collection and tax deduction, in such cases you shall be having a TAN, tax deduction and collection account number, okay, which is issued by income tax department. See, whenever you are going for normal registration, PAN shall be there. Whenever you are going for registration as per section 51, 52, what is 51, 52? TDS, TCS. You shall be carrying what? TAN. Okay. Every registered person shall undergo Aadhaar authentication. Aadhaar authentication is must. Okay. Furnish a proof of possession of Aadhaar number. in such form and manner and within such time as may be prescribed. Okay, what is the time prescribed? 15 days from the date of application. Provided that if an Aadhaar number is not assigned to registered person, such person shall be offered alternate viable means of identification in such manner as the government may on the recommendations of the council prescribe. Sometimes Aadhaar number is not there, means in such cases, generally if you are newly applying for Aadhaar, then Aadhaar enrollment number will be given, acknowledgement will be given, or else other KYC document like voter ID, passport, like kind of things will be there. Okay, provided further that in case of failure to undergo authentication or furnish proof of possession of Aadhaar number or furnish alternate and viable means of identification, registration allotted to such person shall be deemed to be invalid and other provisions of this act shall apply as if such person does not have a registration. Next, on and from the date of notification, every individual shall, in order to be, see, 6A, 6B and 6C all are with respect to Aadhaar authentication only. Aadhaar authentication only. 6A, 6B and 6C. Okay, shall, in order to eligible for grant of registration, undergo Aadhaar authentication or furnish proof of possession of Aadhaar number in such a manner as the government on the recommendations of the council may specify in the notification. So when the Aadhaar number is not assigned to, individual shall be offered alternate and viable means of identification. Next, on or from the date of notification, every person other than an individual shall, in order to be eligible for grant of registration, undergo Aadhaar or proof of possession of Aadhaar number. Okay, who shall be Karta, managing director, whole-time director, number of partners or members of managing committee of association or board of trustees, authorized representative, authorized signatory and such other class of persons in such a manner as the government may on the notification of the council specify in this notification. So these are the persons responsible for undergoing Aadhaar authentication. Provided that where a person or a class of persons have not been assigned the Aadhaar number, such a class or class of persons shall be offered alternative and viable means of identification. Okay, right. Alternate and viable means of identification means Aadhaar KYC, right? Okay. But provided provisions of subsection 6A, 6B and 6C shall not apply to such persons or class of persons as the government may specify by notification. The government is telling some persons that these persons are not required to get Aadhaar authentication, means those persons are not required to get Aadhaar. Generally, who will be? Government departments, government bodies, local authorities, those will be the persons who are not required for Aadhaar authentication. Those will be notified. Okay, right. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 6, NRTP is a person non-resident, right? So he will not be having Aadhaar number, everything. So he shall be granted a registration. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 6 or 6A, 6B, 6C. Okay, right. On such basis of other documents as may be prescribed. Next, where a person who is liable to register under this act fails to obtain registration, the proper officer may, without prejudice to the action which may be taken under this act or under any other law for the time being in force, proceed to register such person in such a manner as may be prescribed. That means, as per section 25 subsection 8, somebody is who is required to be registered under this act. That means section 22 or 24 is being attracted here, but he has not taken registration under the act, and it is came to the notice of an officer. That means assistant commissioner or superintendent of GST has came to know that this person has not taken registration. Then he can grant a registration and get himself registered. And later point of time he can serve a notice, like we see prima facie for 90 days. For 90 days the registration will be given. Okay, in this 90 days he has to collect GST and pay GST and everything. Okay, he has to do. So within this 90 days he shall make an application. So here the application has not been moved by the moved from the registered person's hand or from the taxpayer's hand. Here the proper officer granted the registration. So within this 90 days, if he wants to do like I'm not liable for registration, but this officer has forced me to get myself registered karke, if he wants to make any obligation make any allegation, like he can go for an appeal. Okay, likewise, right. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, any specified agency of United Nations organization, UNO, you know, no? United Nations organizations. So for United Nations organizations, consulates, embassies of foreign countries and any other person or class of persons as may be notified by the commissioner. Okay, so shall be granted a registration. See, for UNO also, United Nations organizations, for the embassies in India, foreign embassies in India, they shall be having the registration, but not the general registration. They will be allotted UAN number, unique identification number, not the GST number, and that too their registration will be completed in 3 days. Their registration will be completed in 3 days. Okay, Ministry of External Affairs will be there. Okay, Ministry of External Affairs will be like assigning the form. Okay, so in such cases it will be granted within a period of 3 days. The registration of UN shall be granted or rejected after due verification in such a manner and in such period as may be prescribed. For this UN number is there, no? This will be useful for, actually they are not liable for payment, not liable for GST. What the services made by, even we have seen in the exemption part also, United Nations organizations or any organ of that. So they are providing services of foreign diplomatic mission in India likewise. Okay, what they are doing services means those are exempted from GST. Okay, now why they need this UN number, unique identification number means so while purchasing some goods they will be ending up paying some taxes. Okay, in such cases, in order to claim the refund of such taxes, they will be having this UN number. A certificate of registration shall be issued in such form and manner with effect from such date as may be prescribed, and registration of a unique identification number shall be deemed to be have granted after the expiry of period prescribed under subsection 10 if no deficiency has been communicated to the applicant within that period. So generally that applicable period is 3 days here, prescribed period is 3 days here. In 3 days it has to be, right? Okay, now come on, deemed registration as per section 26. So in this, generally it is 7 days is the deemed registration in case of Aadhaar authentication and everything. So if it is if it requires physical verification, then it is case of 30 days deemed registration will be there. So that is what given here. The grant of registration or UN number under SGST Act or UTGST Act shall be deemed to be granted to be a grant of registration, shall be deemed to be a grant of registration or UAN under this act, subject to condition that application for registration or UAN has not been rejected under this act within the time specified under subsection 10 of section 25. What is the time specified there? Generally it is 7 days, okay, where Aadhaar authentication is undergone and made correct and no physical verification required, and 30 days when the Aadhaar authentication is not opted for or not made or other and needs physical verification, 30 days, and 3 days in case of UNO, United Nations organizations, and 7 days in case of clarifications, reply to the clarifications made within a period of 7 days. So these are the things which will be given here. So notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 10 of section 25, any rejection of application for the registration or UN under SGST Act or UTGST Act shall be deemed to be registration of application under this act. That means SGST Act registration made rejected means in CGST also rejection has been happened. In under SGST registration made means in CGST also registration made. See, if within that period registration has to be approved or rejected, either has not been made, it is deemed that it is approved. Okay, so special provisions relating to cash, CTP and NRTP. What are the special provisions with respect to CTP and NRTP? Simply CTP and NRTP has to make an application within that is prior to the start of the commencement of business, sir. So 5 days. So they have to go for registration 5 days priorly. Okay. So while making the application of registration only, they have to make an advance payment of GST, and it is maximum valid for 90 days only. So if they want to continue the registration just before the expiry, that means after 85th day, that means in the last 5 days of such validity of registration, they have to go for they have to come for renewal or come for extension of registration. So that is what the provisions applicable to CTP and NRTP. Okay, so for 5 days prior and advance payment, validity of 90 days. If they want to renew again before 5 days, okay, before the expiry they have to come. So certificate of registration issued to CTP NRTP shall be valid for a period specified in the application of registration. That means generally they will ask for, I want 1 month registration, 2 months in registration means they can take. Otherwise it shall be for a maximum period of 90 days from effective date of registration, which is earlier and such a person shall make the taxable supplies only after issuance of certificate of registration. Before registration certificate, they cannot go for the business. Provided that proper officer may, on the sufficient cause being shown by such said taxable person, extend the said period of 90 days by a further period not exceeding 90 days. That means proper officer means assistant commissioner or the commissioner, okay, or the superintendent. So if they are having the power to extend a further period of 90 days, they can extend. A CTP or NRTP shall not shall at the time of submission of application for registration under section 25 make an advance deposit of tax in an amount equivalent to estimated tax liability of such person for a tax period for which the registration is sought. That means they shall estimate the turnover, they shall estimate the tax, and they have to make the payment. We have seen that in the form IGST, CGST, SGST generate challan. Okay, they have to do. Provided that where any extension of the time is sought under subsection 1, such taxable person shall deposit an additional amount of tax equivalent to estimated tax liability of such person for the period for which the extension is sought. The amount deposited under subsection 2 shall be credited to electronic cash ledger. Deposit in the sense electronic cash ledger. So out of electronic cash ledger, it will be utilized for making the payment while filing their returns. Okay, they are also liable for filing the returns. They will be having separate forms. Okay, so this is all about section 25, 26, 27. In 25 we have seen procedure for registration, 26 we have seen deemed registration, 27 we have seen CTP and NRTP. Okay, so where and by when to apply for registration? Person who is liable for registration under 22 and 24, okay, they have to apply. Where they have to apply? In every state in which they are doing their operations, okay, doing their taxable supply. From a particular state they are having an office, but no taxable supply means not registered, not liable for registration. So when they have to apply? Within 30 days from the date of which he becomes liable for registration. In case of CTP and NRTP, in every state they have to apply, but at least 5 days prior to the commencement of the business they have to apply. Every person who makes supply from the territorial waters means from where they have to apply? From the nearest coastal state or union territory they have to apply. When they have to apply? After becoming liable for registration, within 30 days from the date of liable for registration they have to apply. Okay, right. Next, you see this point, we know state-wise registration, we know that means one registration per state. The next point you see, separate registration for different places of business within the state may be granted. It is not compulsory. May be granted, correct? If the separate application is filed. That means in such cases, for both these registrations will be called as distinct persons, and supply between them, any transfer between them will be a supply. Okay, liable for GST. Next, composition levy in case of separate registration for multiple places of business within the state or union territory. That means if a person is paying for one of his place of business under normal scheme, he cannot opt for composition scheme for other place of business. Okay, multiple registrations he is having, for one place composition levy, other place normal levy, not possible. Okay, we know this point. Voluntary registration as per 25(3). Okay, so they can go, even 22 is not applicable, 24 is not applicable, but still they can go for voluntary registration even though his aggregate turnover does not exceed 40, 20, 10 as the case may be. Next, distinct person, establishment of distinct persons. Here establishment of the distinct persons means, so if it is one state and two different locations, we have a separate registration means, then distinct persons. Okay, see, in one state, two different locations, but one registration only means not distinct persons, sir. Distinct persons, sir. Not distinct persons. See, in another state they are having an establishment. This is an office where they are not taking taxable supply. So for this place they no need to get themselves registered, but this is an establishment of a distinct person. So a person who has obtained or is required to obtain more than one registration, whether in one state or union territory, or more than one state or union territory, in respect of each such registration will be treated as distinct persons. Okay, right. Further, where a person who has obtained or is required to obtain registration in a state in respect of an establishment has an establishment in another state. See here, particular state is there. In this state, two establishments are there. For this establishment, one registration is only there. These two establishments are there, but in the same state, only one registration is there. He has not taken multiple registrations. Okay. In such cases, these two establishments are there. No, these two will not be treated as distinct persons. Right. Another state is there. In this state, a separate establishment there. These two are there. This is there. So whether it is registered or not, whether the second establishment in another state is registered or not, this will be a distinct person. Establishment of a distinct person, whether it is registered or not. When it will be registered? When you are making taxable supply from there, you shall be registered. Okay, if you are not making taxable supply, you are not required to register. If you want to get it registered, you can register. In both the cases, whether you are registered, whether you are not required to be registered, in both the cases, it is an establishment of a distinct person. Right. Next, you see, UAN PAN must be obtaining registration. Must for obtaining registration, PAN is must. Okay, for TDS and TCS registration, TAN is must. Okay, next UIN holders, unique identity number holders, who are there? World Health Organization, International Labour Organization. So these are UNOs, United Nations organizations. For United Nations organizations, UIN number is must. Okay, so which will be given within a period of 3 days, 3 working days from the date of submission of application. So a person having UNI is not registered person, and thus he is not a taxable person. He is not a taxable person. So UIN is needed for claiming refund of taxes paid on notified supplies of goods or services received by them, and for such other places purpose as may be notified. Okay, UIN is granted in centralized UIN. That means state-wise UIN will not be there. It is a centralized UIN. Got it? Next, sometimes suo motu registration by proper officer. Suo motu registration means it is a temporary registration which will be given by the GST department, but actually it is not applied by the taxable person. It is not applied. Why they have given? See here, pursuant to any survey made by the department, any inquiry by the department, any inspection by the department, or any search by the department. Okay, any other proceedings under the act, proper officer finds that person liable to registration under this act. So that means GST officer is feeling that he is liable for registration under the act, but he has not taken registration, has failed to apply for such registration. Such officer may register the said person on temporary basis. Okay, generally for a period of 90 days. 90 days. So within such 90 days, he shall be applying for registration, making an application. If not, he can file an appeal. Okay, against such temporary registration. I am not liable for registration, he is asking me to register. So in such cases, you can file an application. To the appellate authority upholds the liability registration. Okay, within and shall be submitted within 30 days from the date of issuance of such order of the appellate authority. See, uphold the liability of registration application for registration means even the appellate authority is telling that you are liable for registration. Then in such cases, you shall apply within 30 days. Okay, right. Next, procedure for registration. Procedure we have seen, right? GST REG 01, part A will be there, part B will be there. Procedure will not be applicable for NRTP, TDS, TCS, OIDR and persons supplying online money gaming from a place outside India. Why the procedure is not applicable? They have separate provisions. See, for TDS, TCS also 3 days time limit. For CTP, NRTP, they have to apply before commencement of business, 5 days before. So that's why these provisions are different for them. And these two persons are there, no, OIDR and online money gaming are there, no, these two persons are there. But these two persons are from outside India, supplying outside India. So that's why the provisions are different for them. Okay, next, facilitation centers. Facilitation centers are nothing but GST facilitation centers. So if you are feeling difficulty in filing application for registration, facilitation centers will help you file the applications. Next, SEZ, regarding SEZ we made a discussion. SEZ is geographically bounded zone where economic laws relating to exports and imports are more liberal as compared to other parts of the country. SEZ is considered to be the place outside India for all the tax purposes. Outside India is nothing but it will be within the city, but still treated as it will still treated as that you are making supplies to SEZ means it is an export. That means it is a separate area. It is a special economic zone. It is a separate area which will be different from a domestic tariff area. So if SEZ is there means our area will be called as DTA, domestic tariff area. So any transaction happening between these two means it will be considered as an export. Actually it is not an export. It is not going outside the country, but still it will be treated as an export. It is nothing but deemed export. Okay. So in such cases, if an unit is there in SEZ, other unit is there in domestic tariff area. In such cases, for both the units, there is a separate registration. Okay. See here, Suvarna Industries is engaged in manufacturing activities in Uttar Pradesh. It has two manufacturing units in UP, one in SEZ, another outside SEZ. Under GST, one registration per state is required. However, since in this case one of the two units of Suvarna Industries located in SEZ unit will have to compulsorily make a separate registration, application for registration as a place of business distinct from unit located outside SEZ in the same state. In same state, this is SEZ. In SEZ you have a unit. In same state you have another unit in other area, domestic tariff area. So for this registration is required. For this also registration is required. Both. Even though they are operating in same state, it cannot be go with one registration because it is a SEZ unit. That's why separate registration is necessary. We have seen the procedure also. Okay. Right. Next, Aadhaar authentication. Right. Okay. After a small break, we'll see this. Aadhaar authentication, and we have the other sections. What is that? 28, 29, 30. 28 is amendments. Amendments to registration. 29 is cancellation or suspension of registration, and 30 is revocation. Okay, those has to be discussed. Right, after a small break we'll meet again. See, regarding Aadhaar authentication, we will have some discussions with. There is a case of biometric Aadhaar authentication also. Aadhaar authentication, sometimes Aadhaar authentication without biometric, sometimes Aadhaar authentication with biometric. Aadhaar authentication, generally a link will be coming to your mail. In that mail, if you are entering the Aadhaar number, you will be received OTP and then it is entered. That is also there. Sometimes biometric Aadhaar authentication is also necessary. That we will see. Okay. How Aadhaar authentication is done? New registrants are there. While filing application for registration, the applicant gets an option. Okay, while filing application for registration, applicant gets an option as whether he wants to opt for Aadhaar authentication or not. If yes, for Aadhaar authentication, GST system sends authentication links on mobile number and email ID of promoter, partner, primary authorized signatory, which are selected by applicant. On clicking the verification link, a window for Aadhaar authentication opens when they enters the Aadhaar number and OTP received by them on the mobile number and email ID which is linked with Aadhaar. Once Aadhaar authentication has successfully validated, application will be deemed to be approved within 7 working days. And registration application submitted by him and will not be marked for mandatory site visit unless tax officials raises show cause notice within the stipulated time. Okay, this is which we have seen in the first case, 7 working days and all. Okay, if tax officials raise show cause notice within 30 calendar days, then applicant has 7 working days to reply it. Tax official can take further action on reply within 7 working days. If tax official does not take any action after receipt of applicant, applicant's reply within 7 working days, then it is deemed approved. Okay, next, in case of existing registrants, all the regular taxpayers and composition dealers are required to get Aadhaar authentication for existing registration. Okay, for existing dealers. An existing taxpayer can get himself Aadhaar authenticated on GST portal using either Aadhaar authentication link or uploading eKYC documents. Okay, Aadhaar authentication process, you see, person required to undergo Aadhaar authentication are 6A, 6B, 6C. Section 25, subsection 6A, 6B, 6C. The following persons are required to undergo Aadhaar authentication. One new applicant. Next, wait. Person already registered. Both are required for Aadhaar authentication. Okay, person required to undergo Aadhaar authentication. Sometimes there may be cases where there will not be Aadhaar number. There will not be Aadhaar card or Aadhaar number. So in such cases, these are B, where Aadhaar number is not assigned. Okay, in case of new applicants and in case of already registered persons. Next, person or class of persons exempt from Aadhaar authentication. Okay, these are the persons exempt from Aadhaar authentication. For them, Aadhaar authentication is not required. Okay, not required. Right. See here. So, whenever a person is required to undergo Aadhaar authentication as per 25 subsection 6A, 6B and 6C. Okay, new applicant. Every individual applicant, an applicant other than individual shall go Aadhaar authentication, furnish proof of possession of Aadhaar number in such manner as may be prescribed. Where an applicant opts for Aadhaar authentication, Rule 8(4)A provides that where an applicant opts for Aadhaar authentication, he shall, while submitting an application for registration, undergo authentication. Said authentication is required to be eligible for grant of registration. Date of submission of the application in such cases shall be date of authentication of Aadhaar number or 15 days from the submission of the application in Part B, okay, of Form GST REG 01. So that is maximum 15 days time is there whenever he is opting. Whose Aadhaar numbers shall be verified means we already know individuals in case of proprietary. Okay, next Karta, managing director, whole time director, members of managing committee, board of trustees, authorized representative, authorized signatories has to be verified. Next, risk based biometric based Aadhaar authentication. Risk based biometric based. It is not just the OTP here, fingerprint has to be taken. Okay, so an applicant who has opted for authentication of Aadhaar number and is identified on the common portal based on data analysis risk parameters, okay, shall be followed. Okay, right. So biometric based Aadhaar authentication and taking photograph. Generally, if you are applying for a person who is 18 years old or who is 75, 80 years old, so likewise, so what is their fitness? What is their whether they are sound mind or not, they has to be checked. Okay, so that's why biometric, not just the OTP link. See, if they are having only OTP link means anybody can enter OTP. If biometric Aadhaar means they have to come and give the biometric. Okay, right. So biometric Aadhaar based authentication of the applicant where the applicant is an individual of notified individual mentioned in E above in relation to the applicant where the applicant is not an individual, along with verification of original copy of documents uploaded with application form at one of the notified facilitation centers. At notified facilitation centers, he has to come and give the biometric Aadhaar authentication. Application shall be deemed to be complete only after completion of the process laid down here under. An acknowledgement shall be issued to the applicant after the completion of biometric based Aadhaar authentication. That means Aadhaar authentication means it may be Aadhaar authentication through a email link, Aadhaar authentication through what we call biometric based, risk based Aadhaar authentication. So it is at the option of the department whether to go for it or go for that. Okay, right. So where an applicant does not opt for authentication of Aadhaar number, okay, authentication of Aadhaar number. So in rules, what is the rule? Rule 8.4a. Do we have that rule here? Just a minute, we'll check the rule. Rule 8.4a. Okay, we'll see. Okay, the applicant of a person who has not opted for authentication of Aadhaar shall be followed by taking photograph of the applicant where the applicant is an individual of notified individuals mentioned in E above. Where is E? Any case which is E. 6D, yeah? 6D. No. Here, where is E? Like in this chart, is there any? Like A, B, C we have here, no? Do we have any E here? Not 6D. Okay, see, we'll see. Relation to applicant where the applicant is not an individual, along with verification of the original copy of the documents uploaded with the application form at one of the notified facilitation centers. Okay, so even if it is not done, it shall be going by taking a photograph at where? At notified facilitation centers. That means photograph will be taken at a GST facilitation center. Okay, so from there a photograph will be taken and uploaded. The application shall be deemed to be complete only on the completion of process laid down here under. What is the process here? They have to come to, applicant has to come to the facilitation center and get a photograph there. Okay, right. Persons already registered means for them also Aadhaar authentication is necessary. Okay, these persons has to get themselves done the Aadhaar authentication. Okay, trustees as authorized signatory in order to be eligible for the purpose of filing of the application for revocation of cancellation, for filing of refund application, for refund of IGST paid on the goods export. For these purposes, Aadhaar authentication is compulsory for them. Where the Aadhaar number is not assigned to them, so what they have to do? So the government has to give them a other option for verification. So what is the other option for them? What is the other option? Other KYC documents. Other KYC documents. Aadhaar, if the Aadhaar number was not assigned to a person required to undergo authentication of Aadhaar, such number shall be such person shall be furnished with the following identification documents. Maybe is Aadhaar enrollment ID for new application of Aadhaar card, bank passbook with photograph, voter ID, passport to driving license. So the other KYC documents. So these will be enough for completing the authentication process. Okay, these are the persons who are exempted from taking Aadhaar authentication, who is not a citizen of India like NRTP. Okay, and department or establishment of state government or central government, local authority, statutory body, public sector undertakings, persons applying for UAN number. Okay, so these are the persons who will be who is not required to get Aadhaar authentication done. Okay, these are exempt from having Aadhaar authentication. So after that, within a period of here, furnishing of bank account details after registration. Generally, while applying for registration only, you can furnish the bank account details. You can skip this option. So within a period of 30 days from the date of grant of registration or before furnishing the details of outward supplies, that means GSTR 1. Okay, so before filing GSTR 1, you shall be what we call uploading the bank account details of the firm or the partnership firm or the company or the proprietary concern, whatever it may be. Those details has to be uploaded. So previously it is used to be 45 days. Now it is 30 days. Okay, the next all this is we have seen. GST number format, issuance of registration certificate in form GST REG 06, registration certificate format also how it will be we have seen. Okay, right, effective date of registration also we have seen. Within 30 days application is being made means date on which he becomes liable for registration is the effective date. After 30 days from the date of person becoming liable for registration, date of grant of registration will be the effective date. That also you have seen, right? NRTP, CTP provisions we have seen. Special procedure for CTP and NRTP, simply at least 5 days before that application has to be made. Deposit the tax before only, that is electronic cash ledger. Okay, advance deposit, and 90 days effective date of registration will be there. Within 90 days. If they want to make a further extension can be made, renewal can be made. Right, now comes section 28, where we are going for amendment of registration. Amendments means, see here we have amendments with respect to core fields, non-core fields. So core fields means the name of the business is being changed, or constitution is being changed, partnership constitution is being changed, or principal place of business is being changed. Those are the core fields. So where the name of the business is being changed or legal name is being changed, that means trade name changing, legal name changing, no change in the PAN. If there is no change in the PAN, addition or deletion of the stakeholders like partners, like that. Okay, principal place of business is being changed, other change in the state, additional place of business, other change in the state. So if these changes are being made, those are the changes to the core fields. Other than that, non-core fields will be there, like email address is being changed, mobile number being changed. So likewise, non-core fields are being changed. Okay, so in such cases, whenever there is a change in the non-core fields, then you have to just make the changes in the GST portal itself. There is no need for approval there. So if you want to change an email address, or if you want to change the mobile numbers, okay, so just you have to change the mobile number, and then you will get an OTP. If you enter that, it will be validated. Okay, but whenever you are changing the core information like trade name, legal name, trade name, constitution of the business, or constitution of the business, at the same time core like partners, addition or deletion of removal of partners. Likewise, if you are changing any principal place of business, so in such cases there is change in the core information. That's why you have to make an intimation. Okay, intimation within a period of 15 days from the date when the change is being made. Okay, from the date when the change is being made. So whenever you are making the changes within period of 15 days, you have to make the intimation. Okay, for other changes, non-core information, no approval of the proper officer is necessary. But whenever you are changing in the core information, approval is necessary from the department side. Okay, the proper officer then will approve the amendment within next 15 days. So in 15 days, you have to make an intimation, okay, in the GST common portal of the event necessitating the change. Whenever there is change occurred from such date to 15 days, you have to make an intimation. Within such 15 days, after such intimation, within 15 days, officer will be approving such change. So that is what is in case of amendment of core fields information. Okay, where the changes relates to non-core fields, registration certificate shall stand amended upon the submission of the application of the amendment of the common portal. The proper officer shall not reject the application for the amendment in the registration, particularly without giving the person an opportunity of being heard. So whenever there is a change, when you are intimating the proper officer with respect to that change, the proper officer, if he is not liking it, like if he is not satisfying with this reason for the change and anything, okay, in such cases proper officer may reject the registration or cancel the registration. But whenever he is cancelling registration, he shall be giving a notice showing that show cause notice. He shall be asking the reason why your registration is need not be cancelled. Okay, he shall be asking a question, okay, through a notice. So after considering the reply from the GST registration holder, then only he can reject the amendment in the core field. See here, core field information, permission of the proper officer if the change relates to core field information is required, and such change does not warrant cancellation of the registration under section 29. So legal name, place of business or additional place of business, addition, deletion or retirement of the stakeholders, partners or directors, Karta managing committee, board of trustees, CEOs or equivalent responsible for day-to-day affairs of the business. Change of these two particulars shall be applicable for all the registrations of a registered person obtained under the provisions of this act on the same PAN. Okay, right. So this is what is see chart here. Core areas, submission of application within 15 days in GST portal. Proper officer is of the opinion amendment is unwarranted Okay, our documents furnished are incomplete or incorrect. In such cases, within 15 days of the receipt of application, he shall serve a show cause notice. Okay, if the registered person replies within 7 days, okay, then if the reply is satisfactory, then then registration certificate will be amended. If the reply is not satisfied or within 7 days there is no response, application for the amendment shall be rejected. Okay, if it is a case of non-core areas, amendment carried out at the GST portal, registration certificate will be amended with the new mobile number or new email ID. Okay, right. Permission granted within next 15 days. Right. So this is what is amendment in the core fields. Right. Now comes section 29 and 30, which are the last parts of the registration chapter, where we are going to talk about cancellation or suspension of registration and revocation of cancellation. Cancellation, suspension of cancellation and revocation cancellation. See here, cancellation can be from by two ways, like voluntary cancellation from the registered person's side, or sometimes auto cancellation by the department. So some department is cancelling the registration, voluntary cancellation by the registered person. That means we are feeling that no more our registration is required. Sometimes we are completely slump selling, like completely transferring our business to some other persons. Okay, or amalgamation is being conducted, amalgamating company is there, no, that has to be cancelled obviously. Okay, demerger is there, the demerged company has to be cancelled and resulting companies will have to obtain new registration. So in such cases, obviously they have to go for cancellation of registration. From whom like it will be moved from the taxpayer side. Whenever Zomoto cancellation by the department wants to cancel that, you have taken GST registration but you are not doing the business. Okay, not doing the business. If at all you are not doing business, why you want registration? See, if you are taken registration but not complying with the GST compliances, like you are not filing the returns. So likewise, if the any events which come to the notice of the proper officer, then proper officer can cancel the GST registration on their own Zomoto. But before cancellation, he has to give a show cause notice why your registration shall not be cancelled. He shall ask the what we call taxpayer. If the taxpayer is replying to that, reply is considered, then it can be it can be revoked. Or else see, some proper officer is cancelled the registration, then in such cases he can go to the higher authorities, like he can go for an appeal. So cancellation has been made but I want to revoke my cancellation. So in such cases also you can go for revocation. So higher authorities can uphold the decision of the lower authorities, or they can also even grant the registration also. Okay, so that is the procedure here. So cancellation of registration, it may be voluntary cancellation by the registered person, that is the taxpayer, or it may be by the Zomoto cancellation by the department, where registered person no more requires the registration. Okay, in such cases, for example, in case of death of a registered person, legal heirs can apply for cancellation. Okay, in case of a transfer of business, okay, or amalgamation or demerger, likewise. So where the proper officer consider the registration of a person liable for cancellation in the view of the certain defaults, like when the registrant is doing not doing business, when he is not doing business from the registered place of business, or issues a tax invoice without making supply of goods. That means he is just giving the invoices, just giving the bills, is not doing any business, just for the sake of forwarding the input tax grade, he is just issuing the invoices. Likewise, he is doing like that. Okay, circumstances where registration is liable to be cancelled. Circumstances where registration is liable to be cancelled, when the registration has to be cancelled. So the circumstances when the registration can be cancelled either Zomoto by proper officer or an application of the registered person or legal heirs are, okay, see here. Okay, business discontinued cases, transferred fully for any reason including death of a proprietor, amalgamated with the other legal entity, demerged or otherwise disposed of, change in the constitution of the business, taxable person who is no longer liable to be registered under 22 or 24, who intends to opt out of voluntary registration. Taken voluntary registration, you don't want, no, or taken as per section 22 but the turnover got decreased. Okay, but he is not taking recipient services of a recipient who is that he is not obligation or not having obligation under RCM. So likewise, the events are not warranting the registration. So in such cases, he can opt out of the registration. That is, he can cancel the registration. So circumstances when proper officer can cancel on his own. Okay, on his own means C. So when the C, when registered person has contravened the provisions of GST provisions has not been followed by the registered person. Registration was obtained by means of fraud, willful misstatement, and misstatement of facts or suppression of facts. Voluntary registration person has not commenced the business within 6 months from he has taken registration but not commenced the business. Just he is filing in nil returns. That's all. Okay, and a registered person has not filed returns for a continuous tax periods. For continuous tax periods means tax periods in this case means it may be 1 month tax period. 1 month tax period may be there. Okay, 3 months tax period may be there. 3 months tax period may be there. Got it? 1 month may be there. 3 months tax period may be there. Okay, so there is a scheme called QRMP scheme, which we will discuss later. QRMP scheme, quarterly return and monthly payments, where we will be paying monthly, but quarterly you will be filing returns. Okay, quarterly you will be filing return. That is what is QRMP scheme. In that case, tax period is 3 months. Tax period is 3 months tax period will be there. So likewise, for see in QRMP scheme, 2 continuous tax periods. Under normal scheme, 6 continuous tax periods. In composition levy also, 2 continuous tax periods you have not made the payment. So likewise, composition tax period are not furnished the returns beyond 3 months from the due date of furnishing the returns. Okay, that means composition dealer, we have already told that for composition dealer, like he has to file the return once in a year, annual return he has to file. That too, after completion of the financial year, within 30 days he has to file the return. One return only. Every quarter he has to make the payment. CMP 08. Okay, he has to make the payment. So after 30 days after the financial year, he has not filed the return. Okay, completely he has not filed the return beyond 3 months from the due date of furnishing the return. That is see, by 30th April he has to file the return. Okay, by May he has not filed. By 30th June he has not filed. By 31st July he has not filed. So in the month of August, his registration is liable for cancellation. Okay, in that. So proper officer may be having these reasons for cancellation of registration. May be having these reasons. What is that? Registration obtained by fraud or willful misstatements, or maybe voluntary registration has been cancelled, has not been, like he's taken voluntary registration, not doing the business from the premises, and he has not filed the returns. Okay, continuously, and a registered person has contravened the provisions of what? GST law. That means as a composition dealer he cannot collect GST, but he is collecting GST on the name that is he has to pay GST to the government, but he is not making the payment. Okay, likewise he has contravened the provisions. So in such cases, GST registration is liable for cancellation. Okay, right. So let's see here. Suspension of registration. See, all this is these points we know. Monthly return filer he has not furnished returns for continuous period of 6 months. Required to file return under section 39 subsection 1 for each quarter QRMP scheme. He has not filed the return for 2 continuous tax periods. This we have seen. Next, under form GSTR 1 or form GSTR 1A. Okay, for 1 or more tax periods which is in excess of the outward supplies declared by him in his valid return under 39 of the said tax periods, violates the provisions of 86B. 86B we have seen, 86B rule 86B. What is that? 1%, 99%, maximum ITC, 1% shall be paid in cash. Okay, violates the provisions of rule 10A and avails the input tax credit in the violation of provisions of 16 of CGST Act or rules made thereunder while taking input tax credit. So if all these anti-profiteering measures are also there, section 171, which we will discuss in final level. So these are the violations which are made by the taxpayer or registered person. So if these are made, so there is obviously need for cancellation of registration. Okay, now suspension of registration. Okay, once a registered person applied for cancellation of registration, cancellation has to be approved from department side. Why is going for cancellation? There may be a question there. Like why he don't want registration anymore? Like actually he don't want registration, or like he is feeling burden of GST, or else he is or violating or evading any tax. Okay, in that angle there may be an inquiry. So till then, till the approval of the cancellation of registration, GST registration will be under suspension. Okay, or the proper officer seeks a cancel his registration, the proper officer may suspend his registration during pendency of the proceeding relating to the cancellation of registration. So directly it cannot be cancelled. Before that it shall be suspended for a temporary period. Okay, in this way taxpayer is freed from routine compliances, including filing returns. During the suspension period, he cannot file the returns. Okay, so under GST law, during the pendency of the proceedings relating cancellation of registration. So where a registered person has applied for cancellation, okay, the registered person shall be deemed to be suspended from the date of submission of the application, or from the date when cancellation is sought, whichever is later. Okay, right. See, in application he is telling that from see on today he is filing application. Let's say on 5th of August he is filing application. From 15th August or from the 1st September onwards, I don't want registration. Karke he is mentioning the effective date. Okay, or see date of submission of the application or date on which the application cancellation is sought. That means say submitting the application is 5th August. From when he don't want registration, from 1st September he don't want registration. Whichever is later means 1st September will be the shall be deemed to be the date of suspension. Okay, from such date suspension will be there. Okay, the next where the cancellation of registration has been initiated by the department on their own motion, the proper officer has reason to believe that registration of a person is liable to be cancelled. He may suspend the registration with effect from the date determined by him. So whenever he is feeling, from that date onwards he will suspend. Okay, pending the completion of the proceedings for cancellation. That means cancellation proceedings are pending. Okay, where comparison of the returns furnished by the registered person under section 39 with details of the outward supplies furnished in GSTR 1. That means they are telling that in GSTR 1, they will file outward supplies, correct? Outward supplies. As per section 39, what is the return? GSTR 3B. 37, 38, 39. GSTR 1, 2B, 3B. Okay. So this will be filed by supplier. This will be filed by supplier. Okay. 2B will be auto populated. Correct? In as per section 37, GSTR 1, we will file outward supplies. In GSTR 3B, as per section 39, we will, while filing the return, GSTR 3B also we have to mention the outward supplies. So here we will supply the sales. We will mention the sales. The same sales has to be taken here as outward tax liability. Here just we will declare the sales amount. Here we will declare the output tax liability. So that means here you are declaring sales, but here you are not taking the output tax liability. So whether there is any such difference, that simply it is GSTR 1 versus 3B. In GSTR 1 we are mentioning the sales turnover. In 3B you are not making the output tax liability shown. Okay, so likewise if there is any difference of a previous tax period, if any, or such other analysis means he has taken ITC, input tax credit, in GSTR 3B, but whether it is already there in 2B or not. Simply speaking, GSTR 2B versus 3B. 2B versus 3B. So likewise he will make the analysis and comparison as may be carried out on the recommendations of the council, shows that there is a significant difference or anomalous indicating contravention of the provisions made thereunder, leading to cancellation of the registration of the said person. Okay, and next there is a contravention of the provisions of Rule 10A furnishing bank account details by registered person. The registration of such person shall be suspended and the said person shall be intimated in the prescribed form electronically on the common portal by sending a communication to his email address, providing the time of registration or amended from time to time, highlighting the said differences, anomalies of non-compliance and asking him to explain within a period of 30 days. So just he will be sent the what we call an email stating all this reasons why your registration not be cancelled, shall not be cancelled. So in cases where the cancellation is initiated by department on their own and registration of a person is suspended, such a person shall not be granted any refund under section 54 during the period of suspension of his registration. Okay, so before confirming the cancellation, it will be suspended. During the suspension period, any refund will not be issued. The registered person whose registration has been suspended shall not make any taxable supply during the period of suspension. He is not having GST registration only, that is under suspension. He cannot make any taxable supply and shall not require to furnish any return under 39 during the suspension period. Okay, he shall not make any taxable supply. Right, suspension of registration shall be deemed to be revoked upon completion of cancellation proceedings. That means suspension will be lifted, but if it is cancelled, such revocation shall be effected from the date of the suspension has come into effect. The suspension of registration may be revoked by the proper officer at any time during the pendency of the proceedings if he deems fit. That suspension may be lifted not only after completion of the cancellation proceedings, during the pendency of cancellation proceedings also suspension may be lifted. Okay, so further suspension of registration shall be deemed to be revoked upon furnishing of all the pending GST returns where GST registration was suspended due to non-filing of GST return for a financial year beyond 3 months from the due date of furnishing the said return. See here, so whenever you are not filing GST returns for a continuous period of 6 months, when it is monthly tax period, for a continuous 2 tax periods when it is a quarterly tax period. Quarterly tax period. Quarterly tax period, 2 tax periods means it is becoming 6 months. So for a continuous period of 6 months, you are not filing returns. So whenever you are not filing returns and you want to lift the suspension, in such cases, if you are filing the returns, then obviously suspension will be lifted. Right? Okay. Furnishing the said returns by composition taxpayer or returns for such continuous period as may be prescribed by registered person other than composition dealer, subject to condition that registration has not been cancelled by the proper officer. So if it is cancelled, we cannot do anything. If it is just suspended and you are filing the return, then it can be revoked. Suspension can be revoked. So where the registration has been suspended under Rule 2A, Sub-Rule 2A, for contravention of the provisions of Rule 10A, furnishing of bank account details, the registration has not been already been cancelled by the proper officer. The suspension of registration shall be deemed to be revoked upon the compliance under 10A. That means see 10A is what? So whenever you are taking up registration within a period of 30 days from the date of grant of registration, you shall be providing the bank account details or before filing your GSTR 1, first GSTR 1. So you have to provide the bank account details. If the bank account details are not provided, your GST registration may be suspended. If you are providing the bank account details again, your GST registration may be revoked. Suspension may be revoked. Whether any order have effect of revocation of suspension of registration has been passed, the provisions of 31(1)(3)(a), revised tax invoice and section 40 in respect of the supplies made during the period of suspension and procedures specified therein shall apply. So where effect of revocation of suspension registration has been passed, the provisions of 31(3)(a), revised tax invoice, you know, there is a concept called revised tax invoice. Okay, in the invoice chapter also we will discuss that. Revised tax invoice, and there is another concept also, IFF, invoice furnishing facility, another concept QRMP. These three are there. Okay, so okay, see generally we will just talk about revised tax invoice. We will take it up later. So revised tax invoice means on 5th August, okay, on 5th August, liable for registration, okay, right, we have made an application for registration on 16th August, application for registration. So within time we have made an application, okay, but registration granted on 14th September. Registration granted on 14th September. Effective date of registration or liable for registration is 5th August. 5th August, that means we have made the application within 1 month. We have made the application within 1 month. So that's why effective date of registration is this thing, 5th August only. Okay, so now what? So from 5th August onwards, you are liable for registration, and effective date of registration is that. That means from 5th August onwards, you are registered person. Okay, so whatever the supplies you made from 5th August to 14th September, what are the supplies you have made? So those are taxable supplies only. Taxable supplies. What are the purchases you have made on which you have paid GST? For that you can claim input tax credit. Okay, what are the stock available by 4th August? On such stock also you can claim ITC. You can claim ITC. All this could be done only with the help of GST number, but your GST number is not there till 14th September. Okay, right. From 14th September, when you are receiving the GST number, from such date to within a period of 30 days. 30 days, that means 13th October. This 30 days is there, no? In this 30 days, in this 30 days, for this period from 5th August to 14th September, where you are already registered but not having GST number, that period is there, no? For this period, do you understand this? From 5th August to 14th September, this is the period you are already registered but don't have GST number. Why you are registered? How you are registered? Effective date of registration is 5th August. So within this period you have made a taxable supply. Why it is a taxable supply? You are a taxable person by that date. You are a taxable person. That's why whatever you are affecting, whatever you are making, that is a taxable supply. But you don't have GST number. How can you issue the tax invoice without GST number? So that's why you will issue general invoice, normal invoice. But after getting registration, within a period of 30 days, from 14th September to 13th September, in 30 days, you have to issue revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice. This is what is called revised tax invoice. Okay, so where you will be quoting GST number for supplies already made. For supplies already made during this period. This is what is called revised tax invoice. So that is what is section 31 subsection 3. Okay. Okay, so they are telling that what they are telling, where an order have been having the effect of revocation of suspension of registration has been passed, the provisions of 31(3) revised tax invoice and section 40 first written in respect of the supplies made during the period of suspension and the procedure specified therein shall apply. Okay, so revocation of suspension has been passed. So whenever the suspension has been revoked, these provisions will be again applicable. That means revised tax invoice can be issued. First return can be filed. So revocation made after this 10-year contravention. What is 10-year contravention? Bank account details not provided, that's why suspended. So that's why bank account details again submitted, suspension lifted. So now you are going to file first return. Now you are going to issue revised tax invoice. So that is what is 7th point. Right. Procedure for cancellation of registration. Voluntary cancellation by registration, you will make an application generally. See, whenever you are going for voluntary cancellation, what is happening here? Voluntary registration. Okay, now being cancelled. Okay, that means registered person is becoming unregistered person. Special circumstance, correct? Special case as per section 18. That means during this period, output GST collected, ITC claimed. Okay, now what is happening? You are cancelling the registration. You are completely cancelling the registration. In such case, what is happening? So there are stocks on which you have taken ITC. There are capital goods on which you have taken ITC. But now you are not eligible to claim such ITC. But you have already claimed such ITC. So now what you have to do? Obviously you have to reverse. Okay, so reversal means on inputs in raw materials, inputs in semi-finished goods, inputs in finished goods and capital goods. Then all this, whatever the input tax credit claimed, that has to be reversed. But in case of capital goods, what has to be done? Life will be taken as 60 months. Okay, unexpired period will be there, no? Unexpired periods will be reversed. Okay, so here that is what the procedure is. So you have to make an application. You have to have the list of all the stocks and capital goods on which you have already taken input tax credit. So whatever is left out, that will be treated as on which you have to reverse input tax credit. So a registered person seeking cancellation of registration shall electronically submit the application for cancellation of registration in prescribed form within 30 days of occurrence of event warranting the cancellation. So whenever there is an event occurring, the event warranting the cancellation, that means cancellation is necessary by such event. So in such cases, what he has to do, within a period of 30 days, he has to make an application. He is required to furnish the application details of the inputs held in stocks, inputs held in semi-finished goods, finished goods held in stock, capital goods held in stock, on the date from which the cancellation of registration is sought, liability thereon, details of the payment, if any, made against such liability, and may furnish relevant documents. Okay. So where a person who has submitted an application for cancellation of his registration is no longer liable to be registered, proper officer shall issue the order of cancellation within 30 days from the date of submission of application for cancellation. Okay, he has to make an application. Along with the application, he has to submit the inputs, capital goods details, he has to reverse ITC, and then application will be submitted. Within 30 days of submission of application, proper officer will cancel. Okay. Suo motu cancellation of by the department, what will happen? Proper officer cancel the registration, wants to cancel the registration suo motu, but he cannot directly cancel. What he has to do? He has to give a show cause notice. So show cause notice to be submitted within 7 days of service of the notice. No, that is what is reply to the show cause notice. Okay, when the proper officer is serving a show cause notice, within 7 days of such show cause notice, he has to serve the reply. He has to file the reply, taxable person. So if the reply to the show cause notice is satisfactory, proper officer shall drop the proceeding. If it is not satisfied, if he is not satisfied, then in such cases what will happen? He may cancel the registration. But sometimes see here, actually the show cause notice is issued or cancellation is being made because you have not filed the returns. So that's why instead of replying to the show cause notice, you are just filing the returns. That means you are making good the default. Okay, in such cases it is enough that you have replied to the show cause notice and then your registration may be continued. You made good the default, and furnishes all the pending returns and makes the full payment of tax dues along with the applicable interest, late fees, penalties. The proper officer shall drop the proceedings and pass an order. Okay, right. Effective date of cancellation. The cancellation registration shall be effective from the date to be determined, by the proper officer and mentioned in the cancellation order. The taxable person will be directing in the said order to pay arrears of any tax, interest, penalty, including the amount liable to pay under section 29(5). Amount payable on cancellation of registration. How much you have to pay? What you have to pay? So a registered person whose registration is cancelled will have to debit the electronic credit ledger or cash ledger by an amount equivalent to ITC reversal is there now. That ITC reversal and any output tax payable on such goods you have to pay. Okay, and whichever is output tax payable on such goods, whichever is higher means see here, whatever the input and capital goods are there now, those will be treated that they have been supplied there. They have been supplied by cancellation of registration. Supply means outward supply. They will be treated as outward supply. So the output tax payable on such goods or ITC reversal, whichever is higher will be paid, calculated in such a manner as may be prescribed. However, in case of capital goods or plant and machinery, what you have to see? This 60 months period will be there minus expired period. Unexpired period will come. On that unexpired period, what is the appropriate ITC? That has to be reversed, whichever is higher. Okay, and this point is there. Whenever the capital goods are being ITC on capital goods are being reversed, they shall be treated as supply. If it is supplied means transaction value has to be seen now. So the taxable person shall pay an amount equivalent to input tax credit taken on the said capital goods or plant and machinery, reduced by such percentage points as may be prescribed, or tax on the transaction value of the capital goods or plant and machinery under section 15, whichever is higher. But there is no transaction value only. It is not being supplied, but deemed to be supplied. It is not being supplied, but deemed to be supplied. In such cases, the manner of determination of the amount of credit to be reversed is prescribed under Rule 44. On conjoint reading of section 29(5) and Rule 44, it can be inferred as follows. ITC in respect of inputs to be calculated in accordance with Rule 44. ITC on inputs computed proportionately on the basis of corresponding invoices on which the credit has been availed or on such inputs, whichever is higher. Okay, ITC reversal. Okay, or invoice wise you have to say. If you don't have invoice, what shall be taken? Market value has to be taken. In case of capital goods, what shall be taken? 5 years life, useful life has to be taken, or transaction value has to be taken. Generally there will be no transaction value. Okay, market value of the product will be taken. On that market value, what will be the GST amount that has to be reversed. Okay, next, any person to whom UN has been granted cannot apply for cancellation. United Nations organizations cannot apply for cancellation. Cancellation of registration will not affect liability of the registered person. That means while the proceedings are pending, no, see this cancellation is being made means it cannot be taken that whenever there is a liability to pay GST, it will not affect the liability to pay GST. That means you are still liable for making the payment of GST. Proper officer cancelled the registration of Naman Associates on 11th October. The tax dues of Naman Associates for July to September quarter determined by the proper officer on 16th December or 50,000. Cancellation of the registration of Naman Associates shall have no effect on this liability of 50,000, even though tax dues are determined after cancellation of registration. So that means even though your cancellation has been done, after cancellation also your assessment can be made. Based on the assessment, you are liable for making the payment means you have to pay that amount. Your cancellation does not affect the liability of tax dues. That is what. Next, revocation of cancellation. In this revocation of cancellation, for cancellation you will be having a communication from the department. Once registration is cancelled, tax authority, taxpayer intimated about the same via email or SMS. Order of cancellation will be issued and intimated to the primary authorized signatory by email or SMS. Taxpayer would not be allowed to by the common portal to file the returns for the period from the date of cancellation mentioned in the cancellation. See here, whenever there is a cancellation, so he cannot file the returns. But up to the date of cancellation, he can file the returns. So he can submit the returns of the earlier period from the period before the date of cancellation mentioned in the cancellation order for which registration was active. That means up to which date the registration is active. See, there will be a period of suspension. During the suspension period, he cannot file returns. Okay, after suspension, cancellation has been made with some effective date. Up to the date of cancellation, returns can be filed. Up to the date of cancellation, returns can be filed. See, during the suspension, he cannot access the portal. So that's why after lifting of the suspension, after the cancellation order, he can file the pending returns. Okay. So next, he can revocation of cancellation. So whenever the cancellation order has been passed, generally in voluntary cases, voluntary cancellation cases, we will not go for revocation. But whenever the department is cancelling our registration, we will go for revocation. So the revocation application shall be made within a period of 90 days from the date of service of the order of cancellation of registration. And if you are applying for a joint commissioner or a commissioner or additional commissioner, it can be further extended to other 90 days for a further period not exceeding 180 days. So totally you will be having a time of 180 days to apply for revocation of cancellation. Okay. So thus a registered person whose registration is cancelled by a proper officer may, subject to the provisions of Rule 10B, submit an application to revocation of cancellation, okay, in the prescribed form to the proper officer within a period of 90 days from the date of service of the order of cancellation of registration. From the date of service of the order, it will be 90 days. Okay, through the common portal, either directly or through a facilitation center notified by the commissioner. Okay, if the proper officer is satisfied that there are sufficient grounds for revocation of cancellation, in such cases, what he can do, within a period of 30 days, of receipt of application, communicate to the applicant. Okay, that means he can revoke the cancellation application, or else he may reject. That means he may stand with the officer's decision only. Okay, so but within 30 days he has to clarify whether he will reject it or whether he will revoke the cancellation. So if he wants any other details or some more clarification means, so he has to give a show cause notice. So by this show cause notice, within a 7 working days, show cause notice has to be replied by the taxpayer or the registered person. So within 30 days of the receipt of the clarification, it shall be decided whether to grant the revocation or whether to withhold the decision of the proper officer, earlier officer. Okay, whenever it is registration was cancelled for failure of the registered persons to furnish the returns, in such cases what he has to do? He will obviously make good the default by filing the returns, by paying the tax along with interest, along with penalty. The registration may have been cancelled by proper officer either from date of order of cancellation or registration or from retrospective date. If such returns and he has paid any amount of tax due towards interest, liability, late fees and all, then in such cases registration may have been cancelled by the proper officer either from date of order of cancellation or registration or from retrospective date. Okay. The effective date of cancellation, we have seen this effective date of cancellation. Returns, we'll see this example. Registration of Naman Associates was cancelled by proper officer by an order dated 1st June for its failure to furnish the returns. Okay, the registration was cancelled with effect from 1st June itself. It applied for revocation of cancellation of registration, and order for the revocation of cancellation of the associates is 31st July. In this case, Naman Associates shall be required to furnish all the returns from 1st June to 31st July within a period of 30 days after the revocation. Okay, whenever revocation is being made, okay, after the revocation of cancellation, within a period of 30 days, he has to file all the returns, pending returns. He has to file. So, returns for this period to be filed before applying for revocation of cancellation. Returns for the period to be filed within 30 days of the order of revocation of cancellation. See here, what is the period? Date from which the returns are not furnished till the date of order of cancellation of registration. Within this period, as there no, within this period, returns for this period to be filed before applying for revocation of cancellation. Before applying for revocation of cancellation. For this period, access will be there. Access will be there if it is not suspended. If it is not suspended, access will be there. Okay. Later on, what is that? Date of order of cancellation of registration till the date of revocation. Okay. From see, returns not filed till the date of cancellation date. This period is there now. Okay, this has to be filed now, then you can apply for revocation. Okay, after the date of cancellation till the revocation of cancellation, this period is there now. For this period you don't have access to the portal. Okay, that's why after revocation of cancellation, within 30 days you have to again file the returns for this period. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, next, where the registration has been cancelled with retrospective effect. Retrospective effect means what will happen? Obviously you don't have access to this period also. Okay, that's why you don't have access to this period. That's why what you have to do? Revocation of cancellation order will be there. That means cancellation has been revoked. From that date onwards, within 30 days, you have to file all the returns right from the first day. Okay, so this is what the thing. So all this is about section 30, revocation of cancellation. You know, tell me how many sections we have discussed in this chapter? Today, you just tell me today's discussion. Section 25, procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. 27, CTP, NRTP. Okay, 28, amendment. Okay, next 29, cancellation, suspension of registration. 30, revocation of cancellation of registration. So these are the sections we have discussed. Procedure for registration. Okay, yesterday 22 person liable for registration, 24 compulsory registration, 23 not liable for registration. Got it? So these are the sections in this chapter. Okay. 22 generally, when your turnover is crossing 20 lakhs or other 20, 40, 10, 10, then you are liable for registration. 24, even though 22 not applied, 24 is applicable means you have to get yourself registered. 23, there are some exceptions. Okay, even though 22 crossed, 23, 24 crossed, whatever, but still you are not liable for registration. 25 is procedure. How you have to get yourself registered. Procedure, part A, part B, everything. 26 deemed registration. After following 25 also you are not getting registration within the prescribed time, then it will be treated as a deemed acceptance of registration. CTP and NRTP, special procedure for registration. General, unlike others, normal taxpayers, composition dealers. So 5 days before the commencement of business, they have to make an application. See, normal cases, after commencement of business also you can make an application. After doing business, when your turnover is crossing, then you can make an application. That means you can run the business without GST registration. But whenever CTP, NRTP, they cannot run the show without GST registration. So GST registration has to be there. And at the same time, in their wallet, money has to be deposited. What is the wallet? Cash ledger. Cash ledger is the wallet. In their wallet, deposit has to be made. Next, whenever you are taking registration, there will be some application. In that application, you will be given some details of place of business, promoter details, constitution of the business, with goods, services, whatever, mobile number, email ID. So if there is any change to these details, you have to make an intimation. So generally non-core field like email, mobile number, that is no problem. You can just intimate the portal. So whenever you are changing the core field like partnership details, constitution of the business, place of business, additional place of business, then you have to get the approval from the department. So whenever the event happened, within 15 days, you have to make an application. After application, within 15 days, you will get the approval. Okay, so that is what is amendment. 29 is cancellation. Cancellation may be made by you or may be made by the department. Whenever you are making a cancellation, you cannot go for section 30. That is, revocation won't be there. Whenever department is making cancellation, then you can go for revocation as per 30. But department will cancel generally whenever you are not doing business, whenever you are not filing the returns, whenever you are contravening the provisions of the GST. So in such cases, department will cancel. Whenever department is cancelling, no, you can go for appeal within period of 180 days maximum. Generally will go in 90 days. So extended time period will be 180 days. If you go for appeal, you may get revocation of cancellation. If you are getting revocation of cancellation, for the suspension period, you have to file the returns within period of 30 days from the date of revocation of cancellation. Okay, right. So that is what is the entire chapter of registration. Okay, so on this the questions are there that we will see in the next class.